Chapter 1542. The tavern was surrounded again, this time by tens of thousands of cultivators. The lowest realm in the team was Earth Yuan, and the highest was Overlord Mosisho, who was at first stage domain. When the old man with missing front teeth saw such a large formation, his indifferent expression turned ugly. There were so many people. Even if the ugly cripple could kill them all, how could the two of them survive in such a chaotic battle? Hearing that the Overlord was coming, everyone except the waiters in the tavern retreated far away. Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts woke up. His lifeless eyes fell on Mosisho, and then he slowly turned to look at the others. The situation seemed unsolvable, but it was actually very easy to solve. Zi Chen's physical body grinned. This time, he was sneering. Mosisho had set up such a big lineup to show his power and that the Overlord was not to be trifled with. However, in front of absolute combat power, this small number of people was nothing. Zi Chen's last spiritual thought dissipated. Before it disappeared, he sent an order to his physical body. Mosisho sat on the back of the strange beast and looked at the ugly cripple with cold eyes. Mosisho stepped forward, ready to say something arrogant. Before he could open his mouth, he saw the ugly cripple move. He jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. How would he dare to say anything more? The ugly cripple pushed away the mute girl's arm and limped forward with lifeless eyes. Soon, he passed the old man with missing front teeth. At this moment, the old man was thinking about how to persuade the cripple to attack. Because of his previous experience, the cripple would only attack when others attacked. But soon, he saw the cripple take the initiative to move forward, which shocked him. The cripple first moved forward slowly, then he sped up. Mosisho squinted at the cripple, but he did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuation from him. "You're asking for death." Mosisho smiled coldly after guessing the cripple's intention. The latter had already started to run. Some cultivators rushed forward to stop the cripple. Bang! Bang! The ugly cripple didn't slow down at all and directly rammed into them. The bodies of the two people in front of him exploded as they were forcibly smashed into pieces. A look of astonishment appeared on Mosius's face. Swoosh! The ugly cripple sped up again. Like a beam of rainbow light, he directly appeared in front of Mosisho. His speed was as fast as teleportation. Scram! A domain world appeared, and a powerful force surged out. Mazixiu looked indifferently at the ugly, crippled fool in front of him. Activating the domain world was equivalent to having the power of the world strengthen his entire body. The current ruler of this world was Mosisho. The ugly cripple remained expressionless as he threw a punch at Mosisho. The power of this punch shook the entire domain, causing it to tremble. The indifferent Mosius's expression changed drastically when he saw that this punch had actually broken through the power of the world. He immediately retreated backwards. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force surged out of his domain world, trying to push the ugly fool back. However, it was useless. How could the power contained in this ugly cripple's fist be something that a mere first-level realm world could withstand? This punch was filled with boundless might. It broke through all the incoming energy and rushed forward in a straight line, hitting Mosius. Bang! With a loud bang, Mosisho's head directly exploded, and the spiritual thoughts in it were instantly destroyed. The ugly cripple landed on the ground, and Mosisho's body flew back dozens of meters before landing. There was dead silence all around. The old man with missing front teeth was stunned by the ugly cripple who took the initiative to attack, but he quickly reacted and immediately had an excited look on his face. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Zi Chen killing Mosisho was like taking the firewood under a cauldron. After landing on the ground, the ugly cripple slowed down and turned around to limp towards the tavern. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators subconsciously made way for him. The surroundings were still dead silent. "Ugly, I'll take your life." Mosisho's eyes turned red when his father died. He madly rushed towards the ugly cripple. However, just as he rushed forward a few meters, a sharp blade appeared behind him and directly pierced his heart. Puff! At the same time, another cold light appeared and cut off Mosisho's younger brother's head. This scene happened very quickly and was extremely unbelievable. The ugly cripple limped forward, no longer paying attention to the scene behind him. Zi Chen's final spiritual thoughts only glanced and predicted such a result. In this world, benefits were paramount. After seeing that there were only 2 people with similar bloodlines to Mo Xisho, he made a decision in his heart. As long as he killed Mo Xisho, the 2 people who were not strong would definitely die. During this period of time, listening to the 5 burly men's conversation, Zi Chen had also heard some things about them. The ugly cripple came to the front of the tavern, and the mute girl stepped forward to pull him into the tavern. The old man with missing front teeth's expression became complicated, but he also followed them in. After that, the tavern's door closed. In the outside world, the tens of thousands of people were a little chaotic, and a small-scale battle occurred. However, whether it was intentional or not, the vibrating energy was always a distance away from the tavern. After killing hundreds of people, the tens of thousands of people began to retreat. They retreated quietly, and it was far from the earth-shattering scene when they came. When the group left, those people returned and found that the tavern was still there, and there were no traces of fighting outside the tavern. Just when everyone was confused, the tavern's door opened, and the old man with missing front teeth opened for business as usual. Everyone was like a monk, scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that the big shot came here, took a look, and left? Soon, the news spread, and everyone came to a realization. So it was the ugly cripple who killed Mo Xisho, the overlord, with one punch. After a moment of realization, everyone was shocked again. To be able to kill an overlord with one punch, how strong was the ugly cripple? Those who once looked down on the ugly cripple were now very regretful. Obviously, with such a strong combat power, it did not matter if he was a little ugly. Some families with daughters could not wait to break the tavern's threshold, and insisted on matchmaking for the ugly cripple. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but the next moment, everyone realized that the ugly cripple did not seem to be so ugly that he should not be seen in public, and his limp seemed to be reduced. The ugly cripple had combat power stronger than an overlord, but he could not speak, and the one who benefited was the old man with missing front teeth. Recently, not only did the tavern's business become abnormally good, but there were also some experts who often visited and humbly asked him for guidance. The old man also wore the ugly cripple's ferocious tiger skin, and gave them one opinion after another. Now that there were more and more waiters in the tavern, the old man with missing front teeth was rarely free, but when he was free, he often looked at Zi Chen, who was diligently wiping the table with listless eyes, with suspicion on his face. It was still because of that day's attack that the old man with missing front teeth felt that the ugly cripple now was different from the ugly cripple in the past. Time passed, and the news of the overlord Mo Xisho's death finally spread. After that, the neighboring regions began to stir, and there was some shady business of fighting for territory. Because of the fights for territory, the battles continued, and the region was completely chaotic. Outside one of the battles, a middle-aged man appeared. He was the person who had discussed matters with Mo Xisho in the hall that day. That damned Mo Xisho, not only did you die, but you also delayed my master's business. The middle-aged man cursed, then turned and left. A few days later, the middle-aged man half knelt in a large hall. His expression was incomparably respectful and reserved. "What did you say?" "That Mo Xisho is dead." A dignified voice came from the hall, and there was a person sitting in the hall. "Yes, my lord, he was killed in one blow," the middle-aged man said respectfully. "Do you know who it was, and whether they were targeting us?" The news said that it was an idiot, because Mo Xisho's son did not look where he was going and provoked the other party. In the end, both the young and the old took action, but they were all killed. That idiot is currently working as a waiter in a tavern, and does not know of our existence. He, a fool can kill Mo Xisho. That really surprised me. I am very curious about that idiot. I'll go and bring him here now. No need, business is more important. Since Mo Xisho is dead, you go and take over his position. Quickly gather a group of people and find that place. According to the deduction, that place is about to appear, we can't miss it. Yes. By the way, is he okay? Don't worry, our people are guarding him day and night. I guarantee that there will be no problem. That's good, you can go now. The battle in this area lasted for nearly a month. After that, an expert named Dong Qing appeared out of nowhere. He had the strength of a second-stage domain. In just a few days, he had killed some of the leaders of the forces and won over their subordinates. Hence, after a month without a leader, this area once again had an overlord, and this overlord was called Dong Qing. After becoming the overlord, Dong Qing did not patrol this area. Instead, he led his subordinates to a mountain range at the edge of this area, as if he was looking for something. The tavern's business was still booming, and the ugly cripple, who had become a celebrity, was still working diligently. However, many people found that the ugly cripple was really better looking than before, and his lame leg was slowly recovering. In Zi Chen's body, the 9-star Thunder King body was operating on its own, tempering his body. The hidden power in his body was being refined bit by bit. In this way, in the eyes of the crowd, the ugly cripple was changing little by little. At first, he was not lame, then his slanted eyes slowly returned to normal, and his nose and mouth were no longer crooked. Although his facial features were not good-looking, they were not ugly either. Everyone was amazed by the changes in the ugly cripple. On a certain day half a year later, at dawn, a man walked out of the ugly cripple's room. This man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His cheeks looked as if they were carved by a knife, and his eyes were bright and spirited. He was wearing a black robe and looked extremely handsome. Chapter 1543. An elegant young man walked out of ugly cripple's room. All the workers were dumbfounded. However, they were soon relieved, thinking that the other party was here to look for ugly cripple. Ever since Overlord Mossius was killed, there were often people who came to visit just to see ugly cripple. One of the workers asked, "Are you here to look for Brother Ugly?" The black-robed young man looked at them and smiled. His smile was like a spring breeze. The old man with missing front teeth walked out and looked at the black-robed young man with a doubtful expression. Zi Chen looked at the old man and smiled without saying a word. Then, the mute girl walked out of the room. When she saw the handsome young man, she was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as if she had seen an unbelievable scene. Then, she quickly walked forward and sized up the young man. Then, she gestured at the young man excitedly. "What? Your brother Cho?" Everyone was shocked when they saw the mute girl's gesture. Although Brother Cho's appearance had changed recently and he had seen many faces, he was definitely not as good-looking as this young man. The young man was Zi Chen. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zi Chen. Thank you for taking care of me all this time." Everyone opened their mouths wide and were completely stunned. Zi Chen turned around and bowed to the old man. "Thank you for saving my life, senior." The silly old man with missing front teeth grinned, looking very silly. Zi Chen rubbed the mute girl's head and smiled. "Thank you for taking care of me all this time." The mute girl lowered her head and blushed. After a year, Zi Chen had fully recovered and become a well-deserved second domain realm cultivator. Whether it was his physical body or spiritual thoughts, they were both at the peak of the second-layer domain. There was still a powerful foreign race force dormant in his body. Zi Chen did not have time to refine this force. Seeing that Brother Cho was not ugly and could even talk, and thinking back to Brother Cho's combat strength, everyone's expression became very interesting. "Are you leaving?" the old man with missing front teeth asked with a complicated expression. When the mute girl heard this, her expression became gloomy. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. The others stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, bitterness appeared on their faces. Thinking back to everything that had happened before, everyone naturally guessed a few things. Now that the great expert had recovered, how could a small tavern accommodate such an overlord-level existence? Zi Chen looked at the mute girl and said to the old man, "I'm not leaving yet. I'm just going out to investigate. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days." The old man nodded, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With that, Zi Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the tavern. Oh my God, he disappeared in an instant. He is indeed a great expert. The group of shop assistants exclaimed. Zi Chen used a speed that was close to teleportation and appeared several hundred meters away from the tavern. Then, he walked away. Wherever he passed, The shop owners who had previously pointed at Zi Chen also stopped to watch curiously after seeing the elegant young master appear. Zi Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd. He had just recovered, and he seemed to be absent-minded. Zi Chen had already guessed that the mute girl would be able to recognize him. This was not because of his eyes, but because of his perception. There were no energy fluctuations around the mute girl. To put it bluntly, she was just a mortal. However, Zi Chen sensed a special aura from her. This aura could not be sensed by ordinary people. Only a special existence like Zi Chen could sense it. This was because the aura of the mute girl belonged to a foreign race. In other words, the mute girl belonged to a foreign race. As for the old man, he was not simple either. Zi Chen could not see his previous realm, but he could sense that he had suffered a serious injury and his realm had dropped severely. Currently, he was not even considered an Earth Prime. It could be said that both the grandfather and grandson were not simple. However, Zi Chen did not sense any foreign energy fluctuations from the old man. He chose to go out now because he wanted to think carefully about the mute girl. Although she was currently a mortal, that was because the foreign aura had not yet awakened. Once it was awakened, her realm would advance rapidly, and she would be more talented than all the geniuses Zi Chen had seen. At that time, not only would the mute girl not be mute, but she would also become a strong person, a true strong person. Zi Chen naturally would not forget who had caused her to become like this. The creatures of the Zhonwu continent were completely irreconcilable with the foreign races. They killed everyone they saw. This was because the foreign races represented disaster and destruction. They were different from the demon race of the Tianwu continent. The latter just wanted to survive, but the foreign races appeared to destroy. After Zi Chen's spiritual senses were awakened, the old man would often nag beside him, saying that the reason he saved him was because the mute girl would not let go of him no matter what when she saw him, begging the old man to save him. Zi Chen could understand this point. He guessed that the mute girl had sensed the foreign aura on his body. The two auras were very similar. This was also the main reason why the mute girl could recognize Zi Chen at a glance, and why Zi Chen could easily sense the foreign aura on the mute girl. Zi Chen wasn't sure how to deal with the mute girl at the moment, but he couldn't bring himself to kill someone he was indebted to. As for the second reason, it was because Dong Qing, whose name was similar to Dong Qing, was the new overlord of this area. After he became the overlord, he immediately left with his people and did not even care about his territory. This was not like an overlord. Moreover, the news was very clear. Dong Qing's strength was at the second domain realm, which was higher than Mo Xishou's. When Zi Chen recalled the scene when he had killed Mo Xishou back then and associated it with Dong Qing leaving with her men, he could faintly guess what was going on. After he had fully recovered, he immediately set off to see what Dong Qing was up to. If he wasn't wrong, it would be a huge matter. In the periphery of this area, there was only a mountain range, so it was not difficult to find the place. When he reached the periphery of the mountain range, Zi Chen saw many cultivators. Swoosh! Zi Chen used his extreme speed and disappeared in a flash. The cultivators in charge of guarding the periphery only felt their vision blur. They shook their heads, thinking that it was an illusion. After entering the mountain range, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges everywhere. The mountain range was full of cultivators flickering about. After landing and walking a few hundred meters, Zi Chen saw a brawny man and asked with a smile, "Big brother, did you find anything?" The brawny man turned around and saw Zi Chen. He could not help but complain, "What are you talking about? There are mountains everywhere. What can I find?" Indeed. Even if there are some abnormal fluctuations, they are just some small beasts. It's disappointing. Zi Chen walked to a place about 10 meters away from the muscular man and stopped. He leaned against an old tree with a lazy expression. This distance was just right. It would not make the brawny man feel threatened and would not alienate him too much. "I've been looking for more than half a year. Where are the abnormal fluctuations?" 1,000 reality fragments. The reward is tempting, but the problem is that I can't find it. Reality proved that Zi Chen was overthinking. The brawny man came to his side and seemed to be very talkative. It was rare to meet such a straightforward man. Zichen smiled and threw a bottle of wine to the brawny man. The brawny man subconsciously caught it and nodded with a smile. He directly opened the cork and a fragrant smell of wine wafted out. The brawny man's eyes immediately lit up. He said in surprise, "Little brother, you actually took out such good wine. It must be worth 300 to 500 fragments per bottle." Zichen smiled and said, "It's homebrewed wine. It's really not that good." The brawny man smiled gratefully and said, "Then I won't hold back. How can I have wine without meat? Wait a moment." After saying that, the brawny man scurried out. A moment later, he brought back a cleaned mutated beast. Then, the two set up a fire and barbecued it. It was clear that the brawny man was very skilled at barbecuing. They drank bottle after bottle of wine. The brawny man exclaimed that it was good wine. It was worth a few hundred fragments. Zichen smiled and did not tell the brawny man the truth. The two drank and chatted happily. Zichen learned what he needed to know. In this life, I, Wang Mengshan, wish to enter the Shuntian prefecture. The brawny man was 70% drunk. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "We're in the Shuntian prefecture." Zichen chuckled. The brawny man was startled. He then smiled and said, "Brother Zichen, you're really humorous. But you're right. We're in the Shuntian prefecture now. But my biggest wish is to enter the Shuntian prefecture that only domain realm cultivators are qualified to enter. That's the most prosperous place in the entire Shuntian prefecture." Zichen smiled, but he was very surprised. It was the first time he heard about the Shuntian prefecture. We're in a no man's land. There are no cities or Shuntian prefecture. Only the overlords have the final say. But they don't care about the details. But our area is close to the Shuntian prefecture and there are many experts. Although this is the outermost area, the overlords are also domain realm cultivators. If you go deeper, you'll meet more experts. Wang Mengshan suddenly looked at Zichen and said, "Little brother Zichen, I see that you're extraordinary and have an outstanding temperament. You shouldn't be from here, right?" Zichen smiled faintly and didn't deny it. He smiled and said, "I had nothing to do, so I went out to travel. I happened to encounter this matter, so I came to join in the fun." Wang Mengshan said in realization, "I knew it. How could someone who can casually take out hundreds of bottles of good wine be interested in such a small reward?" After a meal, the two of them parted ways. Zichen had obtained some useful clues, so he headed deeper into the forest. He only said that there were special fluctuations, but he didn't say anything. This made Zichen feel very strange. He saw more people one after another. Zichen found that they were like headless flies, bumping around without a clear direction. Next, Zichen released his perfect spiritual sense and joined the search army. In 2 days, Zichen traveled tens of thousands of miles, crossing mountains and rivers. During this time, he sensed many energy fluctuations, but he didn't sense any special energy fluctuations. On the 3rd day, when Zichen flew over a giant mountain, his expression changed. He sensed a special energy fluctuation. Chapter 1544. Zichen's expression changed because he sensed a unique energy fluctuation. This fluctuation didn't belong to a battle beast, nor did it belong to a human. It didn't even belong to the Zhanwu continent. This was the fluctuation produced by the power of the alien race, which was unique to the alien race. Sensing the alien race's energy fluctuation, Zichen directly flew towards the source of the energy fluctuation. He came to a huge mountain peak. In front of him was a huge waterfall, and below it was a deep mountain stream. The waterfall fell into the mountain stream's pool, making a deafening sound. The fluctuation came from here, from the bottom of the deep mountain stream. In the hundreds of meters deep pool, the alien race's energy fluctuation was very obvious and clear. Zichen stood on the mountain peak and saw many cultivators coming and going, but no one noticed anything unusual. Is the pool below the alien race's seclusion place? Zichen's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. It must be known that every alien race that came to the Zhanwu continent was a powerhouse, and those who were lucky enough to survive were old monsters. Even if they suffered heavy losses in the war back then, with Zichen's current strength of the 2nd layer, he wasn't sure that he could kill them. The Mirage Dragon was a living example. If it weren't for the suppression of those powerhouses, he would have been torn to pieces by the Mirage Dragon. After hesitating for a moment, Zichen decided to go down and check it out. With a flash, Zichen fell straight down and entered the mountain stream. Under the waterfall was a huge pool. Zichen entered the pool and found that it was bottomless. Holding up a light shield that covered his whole body, he went to the bottom of the pool. Hundreds of meters deep, Zichen couldn't see the bottom of the pool. For a pool that was only hundreds of meters deep, it was really too deep. After diving another 100 meters, Zichen saw strange silver fish at the bottom of the pool. These strange fish were emitting silver light, like electric eels. They had sharp teeth but no eyes. After sensing the aura of an alien, these strange silver fish rushed towards Zichen and launched a fierce attack at him. These strange fish, which were only equivalent to the emptiness realm, couldn't break Zichen's defense at all. At the bottom of the pool, the strange fish crazily attacked Zichen. The water at the bottom of the pool churned, but there was nothing unusual on the surface of the pool. As they descended, Zichen, who had released his spiritual senses, found that the space here was getting bigger and bigger. It was like an hourglass that was only half full. The top was very small and narrow, but the bottom was very big. After diving down another few hundred meters, the strange fish surrounded Zichen and attacked him for several hundred meters. However, it was unable to break through Zichen's defense. In addition to the strange fish, another creature appeared in Zichen's spiritual senses. It was a thick anaconda, easily several hundred meters long and several meters thick. It also had no eyes, but its strength was a full realm higher than the strange fish, equivalent to the corporeal realm of humans. The anaconda in the pool immediately sensed the uninvited guest Zichen and swam towards him. The group of strange fish that had surrounded Zichen and continuously attacked him immediately scattered when the anaconda arrived. Crack! One of the anaconda arrived in front of Zichen and bit down on the light shield. Then, one of its razor-sharp teeth broke. The anaconda released the light shield in pain, tilted its head back, and used its tail to viciously whip at Zichen. Bang! The anaconda's tail split the pool water like a sharp blade and hit the light shield, causing a loud bang. Zichen and the light shield didn't move an inch, but the anaconda, which had attacked with all its strength, was directly blown away. After that, the waves were cut into one after another as the other anacondas launched attacks at Zichen. Zichen didn't care about the attacks around him. He just continued to dive deeper. Along the way, he encountered more and more anacondas, and their realms also increased. In the end, Zichen actually encountered an existence that was half a step away from the domain realm. When the anacondas launched powerful attacks, they were finally able to cause the light shield around Zichen to tremble, but that was all. The alien power fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Right below. Just as Zichen was worried about whether or not he would encounter a domain realm creature, light finally appeared in front of him. A huge platform appeared in front of Zichen. The platform was glowing, and Zichen was standing on it. There was nothing around him except for the platform. However, Zichen's perception became somewhat blurry when he reached this place. As he sent out a beam of energy, it passed through the pool water and slowly dissipated. There was nothing unusual around him. Zichen's eyes glowed gold and silver as he activated the yin-yang eye. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen saw some crisscrossing lines in front of him. These lines were indistinct and indistinct. These lines were restrictions, and it was a type of restriction that Zichen had never seen before. Above these restrictions, Zichen once again sensed the power of the alien race. In other words, this was a restriction set up by the alien race. Could this be the place Dongqing was looking for? Looking at the crisscrossing lines in front of him, Zichen couldn't help but frown. There were strange fish and anacondas in this place. Even a first or second stage domain realm expert would be in danger. Dongqing was only at the second stage domain realm. How could he know of such a place and search for it with such great fanfare? Even if he found it, how could a mere second stage domain realm expert control the situation if he alerted the enemy? Even the intelligent Zichen couldn't figure out the various reasons. However, the other party might not be looking for this. This was a foreign restriction that Zi Chen didn't understand and couldn't break. Through the yin-yang eye, Zi Chen discovered that these restrictions seemed to be loosening. In other words, when the time was up, the restrictions would automatically disappear. However, it would take a long time for the restrictions to completely disappear. It could take years or even decades. Therefore, Zi Chen could only leave first. Zi Chen didn't stop. He turned and left. Not long after he left, the crisscrossing lines that could only be seen with the yin-yang eye appeared. For some reason, the restrictions loosened faster. After Zi Chen left the pool, he sensed that the fluctuations from the foreign race's power had become stronger. However, he didn't care and left directly. Everything went smoothly on the way back. There were no accidents. On the 5th day, Zi Chen returned on time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zi Chen. After greeting everyone, Zi Chen returned to his room. After a while, there was a knock on the door. The old man with missing front teeth walked in. Zi Chen raised his head. He wasn't surprised. He gestured for the old man to sit down. Zi Chen asked, "Senior, are you looking for me?" The old man with missing front teeth looked at Zi Chen with a solemn expression. "I took the liberty to disturb you this time because I have something to ask of you." "Senior, you're welcome. Please speak your mind," Zi Chen said with a smile. The old man with missing front teeth didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he pleaded, "I hope young hero can keep my granddaughter Ju Ya safe." Zi Chen didn't expect the old man to say this. There was a touch of surprise on his face. He looked into the old man's eyes and said, "Ju Ya saved my life. Senior doesn't need to tell me this. I, Zi Chen, can do it. However, since Senior has brought this up today, I also have a few questions. I hope Senior can answer them." "What questions?" The old man with missing front teeth looked up at Zi Chen. "There is a power hidden in Ju Ya's body, a very strong power. There are too many uncertain factors in this power. It doesn't erupt, but once it erupts, no one can control the situation. I want to know where Senior came from and why you brought Ju Ya with you." Looking at the old man's changing expression, Zi Chen said again, "I hope Senior won't hide it. I can see that you are seriously injured and your realm has dropped. I can also see that the power in Ju Ya's body is not a power that should be in the Zhonwu continent." The old man's expression changed greatly. This was his biggest secret. Zi Chen looked into the old man's eyes and said, "So, I have to know everything." The old man hesitated, his expression constantly changing. Obviously, he was having a psychological struggle. After a long time, the old man sighed, "Ari." Zi Chen waited quietly for the rest of the story. "Since you, Zi Chen, can see through it, then I won't hide it from you. I come from the Ju family, a very large family. Little Ya is my granddaughter. After little Ya was born, the family didn't allow her to cultivate, but gave her everything she wanted and cared for her very much. But one day, this old man suddenly learned that the family didn't allow little Ya to cultivate. In fact, they wanted to use her as a sacrifice. In anger, this old man rebelled against the family and brought little Ya here. Recalling the past, the old man burst into tears. Little Ya's parents died in that battle. Zi Chen's heart moved and he asked, "Sacrifice, using the power of an alien race as a sacrifice, what on earth did the people of your family want to do?" The old man shook his head and said, "I don't know. At that time, I only cared about little Ya's life and death. How could I care about anything else?" Zi Chen remembered the family name of the Ju family, but he still didn't give the old man a definite answer. Instead, he asked again, "Then, Senior, please tell me, what is your relationship with Dongqing?" "Dongqing? Which Dongqing?" The old man was at a loss. "The new overlord of this area. Dongqing." Zi Chen said, "I know Senior has done me a favor, and I, Zi Chen, will do my best to repay it. But I don't want to lie, so I ask Senior to tell me the truth about your relationship with Dongqing." Looking at Zi Chen's calm eyes, the old man suddenly felt very cold, because Zi Chen was too smart. With just a few clues, he was able to determine one thing. But this was also good. His granddaughter was in the hands of such a smart person, At least she wouldn't be schemed against. I am not acquainted with that Dongqing. However, I have heard of this name when I was at the Zhu clan previously. He is a friend of a guest of the Zhu clan. However, I do not dare to confirm whether the two of them are the same person. Zi Chen said with certainty, they must be the same person. If I'm not wrong, what they're searching for right now should be related to the alien race. The old man shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this. Zi Chen began to ponder, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Chapter 1545. The old man with the missing front teeth was anxious to get Zi Chen to take Zhu Yue away. This definitely had something to do with Dongqing. The old man must have sensed something, or had a premonition of some kind of danger. As for the matter of the alien race, the old man definitely didn't know, or rather, he didn't know much. The alien race's restriction, Dongqing, the Zhu family, the old man, and Zhu Yue. Zi Chen felt that these matters were related, but with just these few clues, no matter how smart Zi Chen was, he couldn't see the whole picture. It was impossible to leave now. The alien race's restriction was of great importance. There might be alien race members who were in seclusion to heal their wounds, or something left behind by them. Zi Chen had to go in and investigate. It was unknown whether it was because of Zi Chen, but the speed at which the restriction unsealed itself was much faster. The formation on the platform was fully revealed, and the power it emitted was like the beating of a heavy drum. Even Zi Chen, who was staying in the tavern, could clearly sense the fluctuations from the alien race's restriction. Zi Chen knew that it was only a matter of time before the alien race's restriction was discovered. Dongqing was investigating in another part of the mountain range. Even he didn't know what his master was looking for and what he was going to do. Apart from him, there were at least 15 groups of forces within a radius of nearly 1,000,000 miles, aimlessly searching for a place that was said to have a strange fluctuation. 2 days later, a subordinate finally came to report that they found a place that was emitting a strange fluctuation of energy. Where is it? Have you gone in to investigate? Dongqing asked in a deep voice. It's at the bottom of a lake. Several groups of people have gone in, but none came out alive. There are water monsters underground, and they are very strong. Let's go and take a look. Dongqing came to the edge of the lake. At this moment, thousands of cultivators had gathered here. During this time, there were constantly cultivators rushing to the bottom of the lake, but no one came back up. When Dongqing arrived, the crowd dispersed. When he came to the lake, Dongqing didn't immediately go in. Instead, he stood there and waited patiently. There was no movement on the surface of the lake, and there were no energy fluctuations from a battle, but none of the people who went in came out. After waiting for a full hour, nearly 100 cultivators went in, but still didn't come out. Dongqing then went in. A quarter of an hour later, Dongqing returned with teeth marks all over his body. Blood was flowing out from the teeth marks. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all stunned. If even a second-stage domain overlord was injured, those people from before would definitely not be able to return. Send some people to guard this place. I'll be back soon. Dongqing, whose body was riddled with injuries, did not bother to treat his injuries. With a flash, he flew into the distance. Dongqing left, leaving behind some people looking at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. There were many cultivators who were still searching in the surroundings. When they heard the news, they rushed over and then hurriedly left. In less than a day, the news of a pool emitting energy ripples had spread. In just 3 days, a large number of foreign cultivators had gathered in this area, and the business of the old man's tavern had been very good recently. Everyone at the table talked about the pond every day. You don't know this. Although the pool looks small, it's bottomless. There are many water monsters lurking in it. Anyone below the domain realm who steps into it will definitely die. Is it that scary? Of course it's scary. Just yesterday, a first-stage domain realm cultivator entered and died inside. The guests at the table spoke freely, and Zi Chen also heard some useful clues. After the crazy suicidal behavior, the cultivators below the domain realm finally dispelled the curiosity in their hearts and became true spectators. As for the domain realm cultivators from different places, they began to explore the pool. Until now, Zichen had learned that 2 first-stage domain realm cultivators had died and several second-stage domain realm cultivators had been seriously injured. He had some understanding of the pool. Although there were many strange fish and anacondas inside, if several domain realm cultivators went in together, they would only cause trouble and would not be able to kill them. But now, 2 first-stage domain realm cultivators had died and several second-stage domain realm cultivators had been injured. This made Zichen feel very strange. However, he was not in a hurry to investigate because the restriction had not been fully activated. Of course, it was not Zichen who had sensed it, but the mute girl. Ever since Zichen had sensed the fluctuation, the mute girl had looked for Zichen and told him that she had sensed a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation was like a heartbeat. She also told Zichen that the thing was currently trapped and was trying to break free. After seeing the mute girl's gestures, Zichen was greatly shocked. Then, he carefully asked the mute girl to tell him everything she had sensed. After that, the mute girl told him that when the heartbeat fluctuation appeared, she could often hear a shout. It seemed like someone was calling her and saying that they had something to give her. Zichen's expression changed drastically. He had not been able to guess what had happened before, but after the mute girl told him what she had sensed, he instantly understood everything. Of course, there was a reason why the Jew family had not allowed the mute girl to cultivate since she was young. The restriction of the foreign tribe was probably the real reason. Perhaps the mute girl's birth was the result of a scheme. When the old man had found out that the mute girl was going to be sacrificed, he had angrily rebelled against the Jew family. It seemed that he had used some kind of deception to bring the mute girl out. However, because his strength had greatly decreased and he had brought along a mortal, he could not go far. Thus, he had hidden himself here. Coincidentally, the place where the mute girl was going to be sacrificed had appeared here. As for the call that the mute girl had mentioned, Zichen believed it without a doubt. As for the so-called sacrifice, Zichen did not believe it. He guessed that someone must have wanted to use a great magical power to steal the mute girl's opportunity and make it their own. This person must have been Dongqing's superior or her superior's superior. However, no matter what the situation was, these people would definitely make a move next. During this search for the restriction, Zichen had only seen people from one region. However, he guessed that there must be other people in other regions. This could be said to be a huge scale. Once they found it, the news would definitely leak out. He believed that the Jew family must have expected this. However, they still acted this way. It could be seen how huge this force was. This force was many times bigger than Hupping City, because all the people who would appear next would be at the domain realm. In this region, the only people who could possess such a powerful force were undoubtedly the people from the Shuntian prefecture. The Shuntian prefecture was a place that only domain realm cultivators were qualified to enter. Just thinking about it made Zichen's scalp go numb. Perhaps, the person who had schemed against them in the end would be in existence at the realm lord level. Suddenly, cold sweat appeared on Zichen's forehead. This was because he had an even bolder guess. Could this person be the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord? If one were to talk about who had the greatest power and influence in the Shuntian prefecture, it would undoubtedly be the Shuntian prefecture lord. If this possibility was true, then Zichen would have to be extremely careful when going against such a colossus. He could not be discovered. Otherwise, even if he had 100 lives, it would not be enough. Zichen did not know that when this thought arose in his mind, the Shuntian prefecture lord, who was billions of miles away and claimed to have the greatest power in the Shuntian prefecture, immediately sensed it. His expression froze as if his mind had wandered away. However, the feeling he had just sensed had disappeared, and there was a puzzled look in his eyes. In the Shuntian prefecture, every word the Shuntian prefecture lord said could cause a stir in the Shuntian prefecture. Every expression he made had a deeper meaning. Now that the Shuntian prefecture lord was puzzled, it meant that even the prefecture lord was puzzled about something. This could be considered a major matter in the Shuntian prefecture. There was a chessboard in front of the prefecture lord. At the moment, the black and white pieces on the chessboard were like 2 coiled dragons that were constantly crossing swords. However, they were evenly matched. On the other side of the chessboard sat an elegant middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man obviously had a high status in the domain realm since he was able to play chess with the prefecture lord. He held a black piece in his hand and did not put it down for a long time. He seemed to be pondering. He did not raise his head, but he could sense the puzzled look in the prefecture lord's eyes. He chuckled and said, "The prefecture lord is puzzled." The Shuntian prefecture lord was a dignified middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and he looked dignified without being angry. He looked more like a stern general. He nodded and said, "I have two things that I don't understand. I hope Brother Tian can enlighten me." "Oh, two things." The middle-aged man in a white robe raised his head. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The black piece in his hand was still not put down. "You and I have been playing this game for 2 whole years. The chessboard has long reached a stalemate. However, you still haven't put down your piece. It should have been a year already." The middle-aged man in a white robe smiled and said, "To be precise, it has been a year, 3 months, and 23 days. The prefecture lord laughed and said, "Brother Tian, you have a good memory. I hope Brother Tian can tell me when I should put down my piece." The middle-aged man in a white robe did not answer. Instead, he asked, "I wonder what the second thing is, prefecture lord. Just now, I felt a presence fall on me. This presence was very weak, but when I tried to probe it, I couldn't find anything. However, at this moment, this weak presence is actually closely connected to me. Could it be that someone is scheming against me?" The prefecture lord asked. "Ha ha." This time, the middle-aged man in a white robe laughed loudly. He pointed at the chessboard in front of him and said, "2 years ago, you and I used the layout of the entire Shuntian prefecture to play chess. You played the white piece first, and I played the black piece. A year, 3 months, and 23 days ago, both sides seemed to be evenly matched, but the black piece lost. You asked me why I didn't put down my piece, and I said I was waiting for a change." The prefecture lord looked at the high-spirited middle-aged man in a white robe. There was a slight look of astonishment on his face. He asked, "Could it be that a change has appeared?" It had to be known that although the two of them seemed to be playing chess, they were actually using the entire Shuntian prefecture to play chess. A slight change could affect the entire situation, and it involved the entire Shuntian prefecture. The change had actually appeared a year ago, but it had not been obvious and had not been fixed. In recent days, the change has become clear. Today, the change has been fixed and has completely surfaced. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in a white robe put down his piece. Chapter 1546. Half a month later, the disturbance in the deep pool grew more and more intense. 5 domain realm cultivators had died and more than a dozen were injured. Even after such a long time, no one was able to reach the bottom of the pool. It wasn't that these people weren't strong, but that the strange fish and giant serpents in the pool had mutated. In just a few days, their realms had skyrocketed, almost forcibly increasing by an entire realm. Half a month later, Dongqing returned. This time, he had brought a team of no less than 300 domain realm cultivators. Although this number couldn't compare to the alien race army in the Netherrealm, one had to know that these domain realm cultivators could open a domain world. After hundreds of domain realm cultivators arrived, they began to clear the area. The corporeal realm cultivators could stay at the periphery and join in the fun, but the domain realm cultivators had to leave. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Within a day, no domain realm cultivators could be found within 1,000 miles of the pool. The big shot that Dongqing spoke of appeared after the clearing. He wore dark blue battle armor, had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and an extremely tall figure. There were 2 people beside him. One of them was Dongqing, who was at the second domain realm, and the other was a girl. The girl didn't look old. She silently followed the tall man and looked around. She was very curious about the surroundings and didn't say a word. "My lord, everything has been taken care of," Dongqing said respectfully when they arrived beside the pool. The big shot glanced at the pool and nodded indifferently. "Not bad. If this is successful, both you and I will be rewarded." Dongqing bowed gratefully and asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" The big shot withdrew his gaze from the pool and said indifferently, I told you before we came that this place is too abnormal, so we should take the lead. What do you mean, my lord? Send some people down and clear out all the obstacles. Yes. Dong Qing waved his hand at the crowd. Then, the surrounding domain realm cultivators rushed into the pool without a word. Almost all the corporeal realm cultivators on the distant mountains were shocked when they saw the domain realm cultivators enter the pool. Normally, it was very difficult for them to see a single domain realm cultivator, but this time, they saw hundreds of them. Almost 100 people had entered the pool alone. No matter how strong the underground water monsters were, they were absolutely no match for these domain realm cultivators. When they saw nearly 100 domain realm cultivators enter the same place to explore at the same time, the group of reality realm cultivators were all excited. After seeing this scene, they finally had the right to brag to others. Among these realms, there were also a few domain realm experts who had suppressed their realms. Their expressions were also quite shocked as they tried to guess which faction had mobilized hundreds of domain realm experts at once. While the group of domain realm experts entered the pool, the mute girl in the tavern gestured at Zichen and made a few hand signals. There's a lot of auras there, Zichen said. The mute girl nodded repeatedly. Zichen turned his head and looked in the direction of the pool. His eyes flashed. They're already on the move. It seems that we should go too. After leading the mute girl out of the room, Zichen saw the old man and nodded at him. The old man threw away the complicated emotions in his heart in an instant. Since he had already placed his bet, whether he won or lost, he had to finish the bet properly. The old man walked to the tavern and called all the busy waiters over. Then, he told everyone that he was going out and that the tavern was a gift to them. Along with this, the old man threw dozens of spirit rings to the waiters. Each spirit ring was worth the wealth of a reality realm cultivator. The waiters were all shocked. They were obviously stunned by the old man's actions. If I don't come back, this tavern will be yours in the future. Run it well. After saying this, the old man walked out of the tavern. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene was actually like the wind blowing and the water turning cold. After that, Zichen and the mute girl walked out. The three of them walked out of the tavern one after the other. The old man and the mute girl immediately disappeared. After taking 2 steps forward, Zichen's figure disappeared as well. Seeing this, the waiters were dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a god. Zichen headed straight for the pool. Thousands of miles away from the pool, he saw many domain realm cultivators guarding the periphery. They were responsible for stopping other domain realm cultivators who tried to enter. During this time, they paid no attention to the reality realm cultivators who entered. Back then, when Zichen had vaguely guessed the faction behind this incident, the already cautious Zichen became even more cautious. This time, not only did he change his appearance, but he also suppressed his cultivation. He now looked like a small mid-reality realm cultivator. His face was filled with indescribable excitement. He rushed into the depths of the mountain forest at a speed that was not very fast, but was the limit of his body. However, when he got closer, he sensed the auras of some powerful existences. His expression changed drastically. He immediately slowed down and landed on the ground. Then, he looked at the expressions of those experts and carefully walked into the depths of the forest. Naturally, some domain realm cultivators saw Zichen. However, they were like giant dragons seeing an ant. They curled their lips in disdain and were too lazy to continue paying attention. Zichen smoothly arrived outside the pool. Then, he carefully squeezed his way up a mountain peak and saw the pool below from afar. When Zichen first entered the pool, he had caused a huge commotion. However, the surface of the pool did not show any abnormalities. Previously, many domain realm cultivators had entered to explore, and some had even died inside. However, they had not been able to cause any ripples on the surface of the pool. However, this time, Zichen saw that the surface of the pool was constantly churning. The originally clear pool had long since been dyed red with blood. Upon seeing this, the mid-reality realm Zichen's expression changed. He cried out in alarm, "Heavens, the water of the pool has been dyed red with blood. What exactly happened inside?" Beside him, a cultivator glanced at Zichen when he heard this cry of alarm. There was a hint of disdain in his proud expression as he said, "Nearly 100 domain realm cultivators entered to kill all the water monsters. Is it strange that the pool is dyed red?" Zichen opened his mouth wide and said in shock, "What? 100 domain realm cultivators? Heavens, 100 domain realm cultivators actually entered." The surrounding cultivators chuckled and looked at Zichen as if he had never seen the world. Little did they know that they were just as shocked as Zichen when they arrived. Zichen looked away from the surface of the pool and saw the tall man Dongqing called Sir. He was very far away and did not release his spiritual senses, so Zichen could not sense his realm. However, he believed that he was not a weakling. Next to him, Zichen saw a little girl about the same age as the mute girl. She stared at the surface of the pool with wide eyes and did not say a word. Zichen's expression changed and he squeezed to the side. Amidst the shouting and cursing, Zichen finally squeezed to a good position and saw the girl's face. Then, Zichen released his spiritual senses to the old man with missing front teeth and asked, "Do you know her?" The old man with missing front teeth was in the purple gold gourd. Although he had let go of the gamble, his expression was still not good. When he heard Zichen's voice, he was startled and looked up. He saw the image of a young woman appear in the sky of this world. When the old man with missing front teeth saw the young woman, his expression changed drastically. Next to him, the mute girl asked the old man who the girl was. "You know her, right? She should be your backup plan, right?" Zichen's voice sounded again. The old man with missing front teeth's face was completely pale. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "For the sake of our friendship, I beg you to let my granddaughter go." The mute girl was shocked and wanted to help her grandfather up. However, her grandfather insisted on kneeling and could not move at all. Panic immediately appeared on the mute girl's face. "You don't have to test me anymore. Since I said I would protect her, I will not hurt her." Zichen's dissatisfied voice sounded in the sky. The old man raised his head and was still kneeling on the ground. He turned around and looked at his granddaughter. Tears were running down his face. The mute girl was also crying. "I would like to thank young hero Zichen on behalf of my disappointing granddaughter." The old man with missing front teeth bowed to Zichen again. This time, the old man could not get up. He had already breathed his last. Sensing that her grandfather had lost his breath, the mute girl knelt on the ground and cried. She was sad and her clear eyes were filled with confusion. She could not understand why her grandfather would die for no reason. Did he commit suicide or did someone want him dead? The mute girl did not understand and kept crying sadly. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared beside the mute girl. He looked at the kneeling old man with missing front teeth and sighed, "Why do you have to do this? Since I, Zichen, have made a promise, I will fulfill it." The old man's action was to protect the mute girl with his life. Although he could not see the big picture, he must have guessed something as an old man. At the moment of his death, he wanted to tell Zichen that the mute girl had no one to rely on. Only he could protect her and she had saved his life before. This could be considered to be a checkmate to Zichen. Another meaning was to use his death to beg Zichen to give the mute girl an opportunity. Zichen was both angry and impressed by such a stubborn old man. From Zichen's point of view, the old man did not completely trust Zichen. He tested him again and again, which made Zichen angry. However, from the mute girl's point of view, the old man's action was noble and selfless to sacrifice his life for his granddaughter's future. "Don't worry. Whether I promised you or not, I will do my best to fulfill it." After Zichen finished speaking, he gently patted the mute girl's head and disappeared from this space. The churning of the pool lasted for 2 days. The originally clear pool turned into a pool of blood and a strong smell of blood spread out. 2 days later, figures rushed out of the pool of blood. These were the domain realm cultivators who had entered earlier. Some of them were injured, some were dispirited, some were missing arms and some were missing legs. When they entered, there were more than 100 of them, but when they returned, there were only about 80 of them. The casualties were as high as dozens. In 2 days, all the water monsters in the pool were killed. Chapter 1547. The little girl's eyes were filled with curiosity. She did not show any fear or panic from the beginning. It was obvious that she did not know what was going to happen next. Zichen, who was standing on the mountain peak in the distance, watched the two enter the pool with his own eyes. Zichen had already predicted the outcome. He remained calm and waited quietly like the others. During this time, some people guessed the girl's identity. Some said she was the tall man's daughter, some said she was his maid, and some said she was his concubine. There were all kinds of guesses, but no one guessed that the girl was a sacrificial object, a person who was ready to die. The tall man was destined to return empty-handed. Next, Zichen had to plan a beautiful future for himself, or rather, for the mute girl. No one was allowed to step into the pool easily. No one was allowed to enter within 1,000 meters of the pool. Trespassers were killed. In addition to the tall man and the girl, Dongqing also followed into the pool. About a quarter of an hour later, a surge of power emerged from the bottom of the pool, and a thick pillar of water shot out from the pool. Along with the water column, there was an angry roar. The water column spread out in the sky and fell down like a heavy rain. As the rain fell, two more people appeared beside the pool. One was the tall man, the other was Dongqing. As for the girl, she was nowhere to be seen. The tall man, who had been glowing with excitement, now looked gloomy. Behind him, Dongqing lowered her head and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even from 1,000 meters away, the crowd could still feel the oppressive aura released by the tall man. Zichen's expression changed drastically after he felt the oppressive aura. 5th level heaven. He must have the strength of a 5th level heaven. Zichen felt bitter in his heart and told himself to be very careful. In the Nether Realm, he could kill a 5th level domain expert with one strike because he had the domain world and the element of surprise. However, in this place, Zichen did not have the confidence to kill a 5th level domain expert. Go and send a message back. Say that the primer is ineffective and fake, the tall man said in a deep voice. Dongqing accepted the order and left. The tall man cast his cold gaze into the distance. In his mind, he was thinking about the battle that happened 12 years ago in the Zhu family's outer mansion. It was said that it was a battle to clean up the family. Back then, when he was some distance away from the battle, he saw an old man named Zhu Tong from afar. He was from the Zhu family and was an elder at that. It was said that for some unknown reason, he wanted to leave the Zhu family. When he was escaping with his family of 4, he was discovered and a great battle ensued. In that battle, the Zhu clan had mobilized many experts, and many of them had also fallen. However, in the end, they had killed Elder Zhu Tong and his daughter-in-law. As for the little girl, she had survived. He, who had witnessed the battle with his own eyes, found it strange at that time. Why were the 3 of them so powerful, but that little girl had no strength at all? She was a pure mortal. What was even more strange was why they didn't kill the mortal girl after killing the 3 of them. It was on that day that his status as a guest elder took another step forward, and he became a member of the Zhu clan. In the eyes of the Zhu clan, he was one of their own. The next day, he saw the mortal girl and found out the secret behind it. 12 years later, he left the Zhu clan with the little girl and began a 12-year journey to search for the special energy waves. In order to not attract attention, he had been extremely careful in this matter. He didn't dare to make a big fuss about it, but he had been fruitless for 12 years. Until some time ago, a senior in the Zhu clan who was proficient in the art of divination had sent him a message. Only then did he know the approximate location, and then began to search for the energy waves with great fanfare. But who would have thought that this secret, which was known to very few people and had been guarded for 12 years, was actually a fake? Was the Zhu clan mistaken, or had they been schemed against? The tall man couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. After completing this mission, although he couldn't say that he had reached the heavens in a single bound, his future in the Shuntian prefecture would definitely be bright. Furthermore, he had worked hard for 12 whole years. Just as he was about to succeed, all his efforts had been for naught. He was unwilling to accept this. After dismissing everyone, he sat alone by the pool in a daze. Dongqing had gone to pass on the message. Zichen and the other realms stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He wasn't careless just because there was only one person left by the pool. On the contrary, he was more willing to face a group of people than a fifth-stage domain realm cultivator. Since the other party was sitting by the pool, Chen could only wait. This was because after secretly releasing his spiritual senses, he sensed that the tall man had already spread his spiritual senses all around, although he seemed to be indifferent. The other party was being so cautious, not only because of Chen, but also because he was guarding against the surrounding realms that were hiding in the realms. Recently, these realms had been restless. The tall man stared at the pool in a daze. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to release a beam of energy. The energy exploded on his left, and a figure appeared. This person had the strength of a second-stage domain realm cultivator, but after his figure appeared, his expression changed drastically, and he prepared to escape without a word. Die! A cold shout came from the tall man's mouth. Then, a domain world appeared and forcefully enveloped the second-stage domain realm. Immediately after, a fist light appeared and struck the second-stage domain realm, whose speed was greatly reduced. His domain world was shattered by the punch, and a powerful force poured into his body. The second-stage domain realm cultivator's body began to glow and then exploded. The energy shook, and the second-stage domain realm cultivator died. All around, there was dead silence. This was the first time in a few days that a domain realm cultivator had dared to try to approach the pool. This person thought that his concealment technique was brilliant, but it was obvious that the tall man's technique was better. This scene intimidated some of the people around who were eager to give it a try. Chen was furious. This reckless fool. Even a fifth-stage domain realm cultivator could not do anything about it, so why did he want to join in the fun? Now that he had alerted the enemy, it was even more difficult for him to make a move. After observing for a few days, that fellow obviously did not trust anyone other than Dongqing. At this moment, he was guarding the pool alone. With the strength of a fifth-stage domain realm cultivator, there was no other way except for many cultivators to attack. Fortunately, Chen was very patient. This news quickly spread to the mysterious Zhu family. When the person in charge of this matter heard the news from Dongqing, he was surprised and furious. He thought that he had killed Zhu Tong, but he did not expect to be tricked by Zhu Tong. Don't be too emotional. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Just as the person in charge was about to explode, a voice suddenly sounded. Ancestor, please enlighten me. That person respectfully knelt in the hall. The person who ended the trouble is in that area. If you look carefully, you will definitely find him. After saying this, the voice disappeared. The person in charge was slightly startled, but he understood the meaning of this sentence. Then, he ordered, Zhu Tong is definitely not dead. The catalyst must be by his side. Go and find him. Quickly find him. The urgent news was quickly transmitted to Dongqing. 7 days later, the latter returned to the side of the pool. Dongqing whispered a few words in the tall man's ear, and the latter nodded. This area is not big, but it is not small either. It is easier said than done to find 2 people who have been hiding for 12 years. The tall man smiled bitterly. Dongqing stood at the side with her head lowered and did not say a word. After pondering for a moment, the tall man ordered, pass down the order. Use all forces to find the mute in this area. Dongqing's eyes lit up. He instantly understood the Lord's meaning. Dongqing left. This time, he took dozens of domain realm experts with him. Soon after, a huge reward was spread in this area. The content of the reward was to find a mute. It did not matter if the mutes were male or female. As long as one was found, they would be rewarded with 10,000 reality fragments. This reward could be said to be huge. As a result, there was a wave of people trying to catch the mute in this area. This was because it was useless to just provide clues. They had to see the person. During the process, some normal people became mutes. They were forcibly taken away and sent to the place where the news was received. 2 days later, Dongqing saw too many mutes. However, they were not the person he was looking for. Moreover, many of them had their tongues cut out to make up the numbers. The tall man had no choice but to issue another reward. He only wanted mute mortals. Thus, on the 2nd day, there were many more mortals whose cultivations were crippled. After a round of frenzied killing of these scammers, a third reward was issued. It only wanted mute mortals. Priority was given to those with old people. With the previous example, there were too few who dared to deceive this time. In just half a month, they narrowed down the targets to 2. After another day, they targeted the small tavern. Dongqing went to the tavern to investigate. He found that the entire tavern was enveloped by a powerful aura. However, the person they were looking for was not inside. After asking the staff, they could not tell where the boss was. They only said that he had left a while ago. In addition, Dongqing also learned that in addition to the grandfather and grandson, there was an ugly person following them. It was that ugly person who killed Mo Xixio with one punch. The aura outside the tavern made Dongqing's heart palpitate. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he did not ask any more questions and turned back. After listening to Dongqing's report, the tall man looked at Dongqing and asked, "Are you sure they are still there?" "I can't be sure. However, based on my perception and knowledge, I suspect that the entire tavern is a complex formation. There are killing formations and illusory formations." Dongqing hesitated and did not dare to be sure. That old man was able to deceive everyone back then, even me. Naturally, he has some skills. However, even if that old man is not dead, he should have paid a great price for his scheme back then. There is nothing to be afraid of. However, that ugly person was able to kill Mo Xixio with one punch and only used the strength of his physical body. Interesting. I originally wanted to see if there was anything strange about him after I was done with this matter. I didn't expect that he would be related to this matter by a freak combination of factors. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, the tall man stood up and left the pool. Dongqing walked in front and led the way. After the two of them left, the group of domain realm cultivators once again came up to protect the pool. Zichen, who had planned meticulously several times, finally found an opportunity. He left the mountain peak without hesitation. His figure disappeared and hid in the void in a secluded place. Chapter 1548. The guards around the pool were all at the first or second stage of the domain realm. Not a single one was at the third stage. Zichen, who was at the peak of the second stage, was at a higher level than them. Coupled with the effect of the perfect domain realm, they couldn't see through Zichen's concealment technique at all. Zichen hid in the void and quietly approached the pool. He was not discovered during this time. When he was about to reach the surface of the pool, Zichen looked at a certain spot in the void and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he shot out a beam of energy with a flick of his finger. This was a concealed energy. It wasn't very strong, but after flying for dozens of meters, it caused ripples. The gazes of the group of guarding domain practitioners were focused on the ripples. Under their sinister and cold gazes, a figure appeared. This was also a second-stage domain realm cultivator. However, after he appeared, his face was clearly filled with astonishment and embarrassment. He first smiled at the crowd and said, "Sorry, it was a mistake, a mistake." He waved his hand repeatedly and was about to retreat. However, he was puzzled in his heart. Why had a trace of the energy that he had perfectly controlled dissipated? Boom! Many dazzling energies appeared and bombarded the second-stage domain realm cultivator. The latter's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly and turned to run. Crazy explosions rang out continuously. Beam after beam of energy chased after the second-stage domain realm cultivator. The latter screamed and fled frantically. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the second-stage domain realm cultivator. No one cared about the ripples on the surface of the pool. Only a slight ripple flashed by. Zichen entered the pool and dived down in a straight line. During the diving process, Zichen was still concealed. During this time, he didn't see a single strange fish or anaconda. It was clear that these domain realm cultivators were very serious about their work and didn't leave anyone alive. After diving to the bottom, Zichen saw the figures of 8 domain realm cultivators. Just as he had guessed, not all of those who didn't come out were dead. Some of them had hidden here in advance to guard this place. The 8 of them stood outside the platform and sat cross-legged. Their spiritual senses spread out like a spider web. When Zichen first saw the glowing platform, there was nothing there. But now, there was a door. It was a solid door, and the door was stained with blood. In front of the door, on the platform, was a corpse. It was a female corpse, the one Ju Tong had prepared to sacrifice as a last resort. Her body was divided into several sections. Looking at the neat incisions, it was probably forcefully separated by a sharp weapon. The 8 domain realm experts sat cross-legged with their backs to the corpse and the door. They had no intention of collecting the corpse. The pool was still the same as before, but the 8 domain realm experts suddenly lost their senses. It was as if their spiritual senses had been forcibly cut off. The 8 of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked forward. At a glance, they saw many small green trees. These small trees took root in the void and absorbed the power of the void. This is. The 8 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Void tree, this is the void tree. Oh my God, it is indeed the void tree. Why are there so many void trees here all of a sudden? As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 20 void trees. The 8 of them were completely stunned. They stood up subconsciously and stared at the green void trees in disbelief. Just as they were feeling excited and thought that an opportunity had fallen from the sky, they suddenly saw 2 people. One was a handsome young man in a black robe, and the other was a very young woman. The black-robed young man's realm was unknown, and the young woman was a mortal. The young woman did not look at the 8 powerful domain realm experts. Instead, her gaze fell on the female corpse in front of the glowing door. She recognized at a glance that the female corpse was the one Zichen had asked her grandfather if she was a last resort. Her grandfather had knelt down before Zichen after seeing this person. Then, he had knelt down for a long time and died. When she saw the female corpse, Ju Yue still did not know what had happened and why all of this had happened. Her gaze moved away from the female corpse and landed on the door. A hint of confusion appeared in her confused eyes. She tried hard to recall something, but nothing came to mind. This place seemed familiar, as if she had seen it in her dreams. Unfortunately, she could not speak, so she could not share it with others. However, she could speak in her dreams, and her voice was very pleasant. "Who are you?" A cold shout woke Ju Yue up. Only then did she see the situation in front of her. There were actually 8 powerful experts standing in front of her. These 8 people exuded an extremely powerful aura. This aura was even more powerful than that of Overlord Mo Xixio. A hint of fear appeared in Ju Yue's eyes. However, in the next moment, she saw 8 beams of light sweep out from behind her and shoot toward the 8 powerful existences in front of her. The 8 powerful existences stood there in a daze with intense fear and shock on their faces. They did not move as they watched the 8 beams of light sweep past and cut open their bodies. 8 domain realm experts had died in one blow. Ju Yue's small mouth was wide open. She was completely stunned. "Try to open it," Zichen said as he walked to Ju Yue's side with footsteps. Ju Yue nodded and carefully walked forward. She walked to the side of the female corpse, and a trace of pity appeared on her face. Zichen raised his hand and sprinkled a sheet of light. He said, "I will bury her." After he finished speaking, the female corpse disappeared. Ju Yue turned back and looked at Zichen gratefully. Then, she took a few steps forward and walked to the door. After carefully sizing up the door, Ju Yue raised her lily-white hand and pushed it in front of her. The door immediately emitted light, and the light enveloped Ju Yue. Zichen looked at Ju Yue's back. In a daze, he seemed to see a slender, elegant, and holy figure. The door emitted a dazzling light. Just like that, Ju Yue pushed it open bit by bit. Everything was that simple. Dongqing and the tall man stood outside the tavern. He did not need to waste his breath to explain anything. The tall man sensed that the entire tavern was enveloped by a powerful aura. This was a very pure domain realm aura. It did not seem to be a high realm, but it contained a very strong power. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. His guess was the same as Dongqing's. The entire tavern was a formation. The tavern did not seem big, but there might be a hidden world inside. It could not be easier to hide just 3 people. "My lord, What should we do? Dong Qing asked cautiously when the Lord arrived without saying a word. We are here to ask for people. If they don't give us, then we are here to kill them. Even if they give us, we have to kill them. Since we are going to do it anyway, there is no need for etiquette. We can just do it directly. The tall man smiled faintly. But, this. Dong Qing hesitated. The tall man smiled again and said, I'm indeed not an expert in formations, but not all formations can only be broken after entering the formation. Dong Qing's eyes lit up. He understood the Lord's meaning. He was going to forcefully erase the formation from outside. In this way, the people in the tavern would not be able to survive. But what was a few people dying? In this world, people died every day. A strong aura was released from the tall man's body. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were wide open. He began to accumulate power. The wind danced, and Dong Qing's clothes fluttered. He had already retreated dozens of meters, but he had no choice but to retreat again and again. The power of space around him began to distort wildly. A huge ball of light appeared in front of the tall man. The ball of light released a strong aura. Everyone within a few miles felt an oppressive aura in their hearts. It was so oppressive that they could not breathe. They looked up at the sky in confusion. They felt as if the sky was falling down. In the real world, the tavern and the figure of the tall man had disappeared, leaving only Dong Qing with a shocked expression on her face. Clearly, the Lord had used his full strength. The power of space shook slightly, and the ball of light moved forward. This attack was like teleportation. The ball of light had just disappeared when it was outside the tavern. It was heading toward the formation outside the tavern. This attack was extraordinarily powerful. The formation was broken in an instant. The tavern turned into nothingness, and an empty area appeared in front of the tavern. The tall man was slightly stunned. Dong Qing also looked at the empty tavern in front of him in confusion. The Lord, who had used 100% of his strength, had destroyed the tavern and the formation with only 10% of his strength. It was like seeing a huge rock and trying to move it with all his strength, only to suddenly discover that the rock was hollow. How could this be? Dong Qing was puzzled. The tall man was also stunned. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned pale and said, "Not good." Dong Qing also reacted quickly. His expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, luring the tiger away from the mountain. "We fell into a trap." The two of them looked at each other. Then, they turned around and flew toward the pool. The two of them, who had used their maximum speed, still felt very slow. They were just short of using some kind of forbidden superpower. The two of them rushed to the side of the pool. When the domain realm cultivators saw them, one of them stepped forward and said, "My lord, we didn't." He wanted to show off his achievement. But before he could finish speaking, the tall man sent him flying with a slap. This was a furious attack. The man's body had only flown a few dozen meters when he exploded with a loud bang. He killed a second-stage domain realm cultivator with a single slap. Plop! Plop! Two loud sounds rang out. The two of them fell into the pool one after the other and dived toward the bottom. Both of their faces were filled with anxiety and suppressed rage. If they were really plotted against and got ahead of them, not only would their 12 years of hard work go to waste, they wouldn't even be able to live after that. Like two meteorites, the two of them fell toward the bottom of the pool in a straight line. During this time, the two of them were somewhat hopeful and praying. Perhaps they had not set up such a trap to obtain the treasures here. Instead, they had alerted the enemy and fled after setting up the trap. It was because of this fluke mentality that they still had a trace of hope. Chapter 1549. The two of them were completely dumbfounded as they stared at the wide-open door. Previously, they had used various methods such as blood sacrifice, soul sacrifice, and even dismemberment, but they had not been able to open the door even a little bit. However, the door had been opened not long after they had left. "Tell everyone to come down. Some of you stay here and some of you follow me in," the tall man said with a gloomy face. Dong Qing turned around and flew up. A moment later, hundreds of domain realm cultivators had gathered here. Their eyes were filled with surprise when they saw the open door. Let's go. The tall man was the first to enter the door, followed by the others. Nearly 50 people stayed behind while the others all went in. However, as soon as they entered the door, they were met with a powerful attack. Attacks that were like spears pierced through the void and attacked in front of them. This was an all-around attack that did not leave any blind spots. After a wave of attacks, they would either be killed or go in alive. Puff. Puff. One after another, domain realm cultivators fell and died. One after another, domain realm cultivators charged forward. Those who were still standing and could charge forward meant that they were still alive. The tall man bore the brunt of the attack. A powerful force surged around his body and destroyed one attack after another. Wherever they passed, miserable cries could be heard. This was not a treasure ground. It was clearly a dangerous place with no chance of survival. Everyone could only use their lives to fill in the gaps and move forward. The speed of the tall man's advance was also greatly reduced because everywhere he passed, there was danger at every step. When he finally reached a corridor, the eyes of the beast eagle outside the corridor suddenly flashed and it woke up to stop him. Compared to the domain realm cultivators who were in danger at every step, Zichen, who had entered first, felt as if he was walking in his own backyard or taking a stroll in the courtyard. After the first wave of attacks was forcibly blocked by Zichen approached Zhu Ya. Her body was emitting a bright and holy light. Wherever she passed, all the attacks dissipated. Zichen did not block the attacks by himself. Instead, he stood beside Zhu Ya and stood within the light that surged around her body. The two of them walked side by side like a pair of lovers. Ever since the girl pushed open the door and entered, the light surrounding her body had not dissipated. Even Zichen was unable to see the girl's appearance within the light. Standing beside her, Zichen could only smell a trace of the girl's body fragrance. There was no need to lead the way. The girl walked forward on her own, and Zichen followed beside her. Walking to the end of a corridor, Zichen saw that the beast eagle's eyes were flashing with light, showing signs of resurrection. However, with the arrival of the girl, the light in the beast eagle's eyes disappeared, and its eyes became dull again. Just like that, the young girl protected Zichen and led Zichen forward. Zichen saw the dangers one after another, but they were easily resolved by the girl. To be precise, wherever the girl passed by, all the dangers disappeared, as if they had sensed the arrival of their master. In the light, the girl looked even more holy and pure. Her figure was almost a head taller than before, and her figure was even more graceful. One could vaguely see her perfect figure through the light. It was unknown whether or not he had noticed this scene, but Zichen's gaze was constantly scanning the surroundings, never landing on the girl's body. Zichen appeared to be very vigilant, but this vigilance was undoubtedly unnecessary. After passing through many corridors, Zichen did not encounter a single attack until they arrived in front of a palace. In front of them was a majestic palace. After the girl arrived, the palace began to emit a holy light, which merged with the light surrounding the girl. Then, the girl stepped forward and pushed the door. The light in the eyes of the 8 stone guardians in front of the door extinguished, and the palace door slowly opened. The entire palace appeared in front of Zichen's eyes, but the magnificent scene he had imagined did not appear. The entire palace was empty, without any external objects, not even a chair. The only thing there was that dazzling and bright holy light. Zichen followed the girl into the palace, and at a glance, he saw the source of the light. It was a ball of holy light. Because of its existence, the entire palace became abnormally bright. That ball of light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Even in Zichen's perception, this fluctuation was very frightening. Once that power erupted, Zichen estimated that even if there were 10 of him, he would die in an instant. Not only was the ball of holy light emitting light, it was also absorbing light. To be precise, it was absorbing power. It was not absorbing the power of heaven and earth, but the power of a white skeleton below it. The white skeleton, without a physical body, was lying flat on the ground, emitting a jade-like light. It was very holy. Zichen's gaze fell on the white skeleton, but he did not feel cold. Instead, he felt a sense of holiness and purity. At this moment, in his eyes, he seemed to see a beautiful girl lying there quietly, as if she was sleeping peacefully. Hee hee. A very pleasant laughter suddenly echoed in the palace. When Zichen heard this voice, he was immediately startled. He looked around, but he did not notice anyone else around. Who was the one who laughed? Was it the white skeleton, or the mute girl beside him? Zichen took 2 steps back without leaving a trace, and looked at the girl beside him warily. He felt that something had happened to the girl, but with the light shrouding her, he could not see what the change was. The girl in the light looked at the white skeleton, then looked at the ball of light, and then looked around the palace. She murmured, "Finally back." Zichen's expression changed, and he retreated again. He shouted at the girl, "Who are you?" The light that shrouded the girl disappeared, and a tall girl with a delicate face appeared. The girl's beautiful eyes fell on Zichen. Her beautiful eyes were clear, and she smiled at Zichen. At this moment, everything in the world paled in comparison. This was a peerless beauty. Her every frown and smile seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. Such a beauty that only existed in heaven smiled at him. If it were anyone else, they would have lost their soul and 7 spirits. However, Zichen was very clear-headed. He looked at the girl and said coldly, "Who are you?" The girl in front of him was very different from Zhu Ya in terms of figure and appearance. It was impossible for them to be the same person. "I am Zhu Ya. Aren't you happy to see me now?" The girl spoke again. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of a fairy. Zichen was silent, and the black knife appeared in his hand. The girl still looked like a mortal, but Zichen felt a dangerous aura from her. "You want to kill me? Have you forgotten the promise you made to Grandpa?" The woman smiled faintly. Her smile was a little crafty. She extended her hand and pointed at the white skeleton in front of her. With a tap, the jade-like sparkling white skeleton completely disappeared. The pure and holy energy within it surged towards the woman and was absorbed by her. The ball of light absorbed the power of the white skeleton and became very powerful and terrifying. Since the girl could also absorb the power of the white skeleton, didn't that mean that the girl could also absorb the power of the ball of light? And this should be what the Zhu family wanted in the end. Zichen, who had guessed the whole story, had a constantly changing expression. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should attack or not. He was very hesitant. The dissipated white skeleton is my former self, and Zhu Ya is my current self. The girl's light voice sounded again. She looked back at Zichen and said, "This is just like you. Before you were seriously injured, you were Zichen. After you were seriously injured, you were ugly. Now that you have recovered, you are Zichen, and you are also ugly. Because you are the same person." Zichen didn't say anything. He clenched the scabbard in his hand. That was true, but the contrast between Zhu Ya and before was too great. Not only her personality, but even her appearance had changed greatly. The girl winked at Zichen and smiled. She was very charming. She seemed to have guessed that Zichen wouldn't attack. She turned around and walked toward the ball of light with her back facing Zichen. "You should have guessed my identity. That's right, in your eyes, I am the so-called alien race. The reason I became Zhu Ya was because of a game of chess. It could also be considered a scheme. I was forced to choose to play chess. At the beginning, I still had a 50% chance of winning. But during that time, my aura leaked out, and the 50% chance of winning immediately decreased to 91%. This was a heavenly scheme. If I had a 60% chance of winning, it was almost a sure-win situation. If I had a 90% chance of winning, it was almost certain that I would lose. And because it was a heavenly scheme, I still had a 10% chance of survival. And this chance of survival, in your eyes, is almost a miracle, or rather, a variable. Regardless of whether it is a miracle or a variable, the probability is very low. But it can't be said that it doesn't exist. Look, my luck is pretty good. When the variable appeared, your appearance directly turned the situation around, allowing me to turn defeat into victory." As she spoke, the girl had already walked in front of the sacred ball of light. Her bright eyes became even more lively when she looked at the sacred ball of light at such a close distance. She stretched out her jade-like hand and slowly placed it on the ball of light. In an instant, the hall that was shining brightly turned dark. It was as if all the light in the hall was instantly sucked into her hand. Even in the darkness, Zichen could still see a slender figure, a peerless beauty. Her face, her frown, and her smile could be clearly seen. The light tore through the darkness in the hall and once again descended into the hall. The sacred ball of light that was originally held by the girl had unknowingly appeared above her. Just like when the sacred ball of light was absorbing energy before, at this moment, this ball of light was releasing energy. This energy slowly fell like a curtain of rain, landing on the girl's body and fusing into her body. Before you died, you left a seed. That seed was Ju Ya. Now, are you still Ju Ya? Zichen asked in a deep voice, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had only promised to help Ju Ya, but he had not promised anything else. Of course I am Ju Ya, but I am also me. Or rather, I am Ju Ya. The girl was still absorbing the energy in the ball of light. Zichen slowly shook his head and said, "This is not the same. Ju Ya is not yet 20 years old, she is still a child, but you," the girl looked at Zichen and said, "And I don't know how long I have lived. I am already an old woman, am I not?" Chapter 1550. If anyone were to describe the woman in front of him, they would use all the compliments in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. She was young and beautiful. Her appearance was exceptional, and her figure was curvaceous. She presented a perfect golden ratio and emitted a bewitching radiance. Her every frown and smile could be mischievous and cute. She could make all living things confused and infatuated. She did not need to cultivate any charm techniques. Her beautiful face was the strongest charm technique in the world. But at this moment, such a celestial beauty that could only exist in the heavens and could not exist on earth was being treated by Zichen as an old woman. Even though the woman had lived for countless years in her previous life and had seen countless experts, her beautiful face still became very ugly at this moment. She lightly gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The once all-powerful holy fairy Ling Shuang was invincible in the autonomous world. Wherever she went, she was followed by a large number of pursuers. When had anyone ever called her an old woman? Women were easily jealous, fickle, and temperamental. When they were angry, they would not recognize anyone. This was especially true for beautiful women who were called old women. They would lose their rationality. Killing intent rose from the bottom of her eyes, but she did not make a move in the end. Not only did she suppress her anger, she even winked at Zichen and teased Zichen. Then, she spoke again with a soft and gentle voice. "You are my variable. This time, if it weren't for you, I would have definitely lost. In the end, my power would have become someone else's wedding dress, and I would have disappeared here forever, unable to return to my world. Because of you, my power has returned. So, even if you are so disrespectful to me, I still treat you as my savior. I should thank you. No, I must thank you. How are you going to thank me?" Zichen's expression was calm, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "How about giving yourself to me?" The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. If this sentence was heard by the alien race who knew her, they would definitely go crazy with anger. If this sentence was directed at them, they would definitely go crazy with joy. However, when Zichen looked at this pitilessly beautiful woman, he thought that perhaps under this skin was an old face full of wrinkles. Not only did his heart not ripple in the slightest, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. The woman took in Zichen's expression and naturally guessed what he was thinking. She couldn't help but show the anger of a little girl. In her anger, she was on the verge of tears as she said bitterly, "Since you don't want me to devote myself to you, then I can only give you a big gift to thank you. That fifth domain realm cultivator is about to arrive and he has many methods to kill me. If you kill him and obtain his methods, you can control me in the future and I will naturally become yours." A look of astonishment appeared on Zichen's face. Then, he said angrily, "What? You want me to join that fifth domain realm cultivator in the team? Why not, my great benefactor?" The woman glanced at Zichen bitterly. Zichen was furious. This was clearly revenge. With his current strength, he only had a 40 to 60 chance of winning against that fifth domain realm cultivator. Great benefactor. I believe that you are omnipotent. Go. The woman pushed forward and Zichen flew out of the hall. The hall door in front of him slowly closed. He was getting further and further away from the woman. The cunning, gloating, and vengeful expression on the woman's face became clearer and clearer in his mind. Old witch! The enraged Zichen finally yelled out before the doors to the palace were completely shut. Then, the moment before the hall door closed, the power in the hall completely boiled. Zichen couldn't see the woman's flustered and exasperated expression, but he could guess. Immediately, he laughed complacently. Extreme joy begets sorrow. After the overjoyed Zichen landed, he saw the fifth domain realm cultivator rushing in from the side door. The two of them noticed each other at almost the same time and were stunned. Who are you? The fifth domain realm cultivator stared at Zichen. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I accidentally came here. I'm about to leave now, but I can't find the way out. I hope that the hero can guide me. Zichen hurriedly explained with a smile on his face. In fact, he really didn't want to risk his life against a fifth domain realm cultivator. After all, he might be the one fighting to his death. I accidentally came here and can't find the way out. Upon hearing this, the fifth domain realm cultivator was so angry that he almost laughed. He smiled sinisterly at Zichen and said coldly, "Do you know how great a price I paid to get here? Do you know that many domain realm cultivators have already fallen behind me? They died before reaching here. How did you make it here alive?" "I was accidentally teleported here." Zichen's explanation was very weak and feeble. "Accidentally? I think it's your plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Even if that old fart Ju Tong has some tricks up his sleeve, how can he deceive my eyes?" The fifth domain realm cultivator smiled sinisterly. "Whether you admit it or not, you'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, a domain world opened up. The fifth domain realm cultivator was ready to close the door and beat the dog. A 2-meter world space appeared around Zichen, forming a perfect defense. At this point, the two of them were no longer talking nonsense. There was only a battle to the death. Whoosh! The long saber was unsheathed and turned into 2 saber lights. This was the merged saber light, and it was also one of Zichen's most powerful techniques. The 2 saber lights appeared one after another, drawing 2 traces in the fifth domain realm's world and moving forward in a straight line. This was one of Zichen's most powerful techniques. Even the fifth domain realm cultivator couldn't underestimate it. He mobilized a powerful world force and attacked the 2 saber lights. Boom! A powerful force shook the world, and the saber lights were completely destroyed. After the first attack was broken, the second attack appeared. However, it wasn't the saber drawing technique, but the Thunder King meteorite fist. Behind Zichen, the world seemed to be forcibly torn apart. A huge meteorite exuding the violent power of thunder whizzed out and headed toward the fifth domain realm cultivator. Boom! The sound of an energy explosion was heard again. After all, there was a difference of 3 realms. Zichen's powerful techniques couldn't cause effective damage to the fifth domain realm cultivator. Relying on the world force and the inexhaustible energy, Zichen couldn't escape. He could only repeatedly use these 2 powerful techniques. Although he couldn't hurt the enemy, he could still suppress the fifth domain realm cultivator with continuous attacks. Zichen could be proud of himself for being able to take the initiative in a battle that was 3 realms higher than him. After being attacked by these 2 techniques continuously, the fifth domain realm cultivator was really impatient. He said coldly, "Do you only know these 2 techniques over and over again? So what if it's 2 techniques? If we were at the same level, you would die in 1 technique, let alone 2, Zichen replied, and the saber drawing technique appeared in his hand again. His understanding of the saber drawing technique was already very deep. However, due to his realm, he could not use more exquisite moves. If not for this restriction, the saber drawing technique, which directly reached the 9th domain realm, would definitely be able to kill the other party and make them tremble in fear. Go to hell! The fifth domain realm cultivator could naturally see that these 2 techniques were extraordinary. Since they were at the same level, he believed that he would be the one to die after the battle. However, That was just a hypothesis. There was only battle now, no hypotheses. Thus, the fifth domain realm cultivator started to counterattack. He opened his own world. With Zi-Chen's current strength, this world couldn't be blasted open in a short time. With the interference of the fifth domain realm cultivator, Zi-Chen had no way to retreat. In this battle, it was either he killed or he was killed. After the counterattack, Zi-Chen finally witnessed the strength of the fifth domain realm cultivator. Although his opponent's techniques weren't as brilliant as his two techniques and weren't very powerful, his opponent had the advantage of being at a higher realm and having a lot of strength. The battle continued. The two had already exchanged more than 100 attacks, and this number was still increasing. Soon, they had exchanged more than 1,000 attacks. This was almost Zi-Chen's limit. His attacks were no longer sharp and had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other hand, the fifth domain realm cultivator wasn't doing much better. He was also using his strongest attacks, which consumed more energy than Zi-Chen. Although his soul was much stronger than Zi-Chen's, Zi-Chen had the advantage of having a purer soul. Bang! Zi-Chen was sent flying with a single blow. There was a difference of 3 realms between the two, and the first one to give up was Zi-Chen. The world light shroud around him flickered a few times and then disappeared. Zi-Chen's world wasn't broken through, but it became very weak and concealed itself. This was one of the great benefits of the perfect world. If it was any other domain realm, it would have been destroyed long ago. The fifth domain realm cultivator's world wasn't as stable as before, but it had no problem trapping Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He held his saber and charged toward the fifth domain realm cultivator, instantly unsheathing his saber. The dazzling saber light that appeared was destroyed once again. The energy rushed toward Zi-Chen like a dragon and sent Zi-Chen flying. Zi-Chen started coughing up blood. The fifth domain realm cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually fought with a second domain realm cultivator for so long. Normally, he would be able to kill a second domain realm cultivator with a single slap. However, the guy in front of him was too difficult to kill. Not to mention a second domain realm cultivator, even an ordinary cultivator of the same realm would be killed by him after fighting for so long. Fortunately, this strange guy didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves. He could only take the beating passively. Zi-Chen was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood. However, he had a tenacious vitality and stood up again and again. In the end, Zi-Chen no longer had the strength to fight back. He didn't even have the strength to move. He could only stand on the spot, motionless. After being sent flying and coughing up blood, he slowly stood up and waited for the fifth domain realm cultivator to continue attacking. However, the fifth domain realm cultivator couldn't kill Zi-Chen even after dozens of long-range attacks. This was because Zi-Chen's physical body was equivalent to a perfect second-grade king-level spiritual weapon. The fifth domain realm cultivator had completely lost his patience. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the first to give up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had made up his mind to kill his opponent in one move. He charged toward Zi-Chen and prepared to cut off his opponent's head at close range to end this battle once and for all. Poof! He charged in front of Zi-Chen, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh was heard. The fifth domain realm cultivator's eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Zi-Chen's lifeless eyes suddenly turned sharp. Chapter 1551. The eyes of the fifth stage domain realm cultivator, who was Dongqing's master, were filled with disbelief. Zi-Chen had used all his strength to extinguish his opponent's life when his chest was pierced through. At this moment, he wanted to look down and see what it was that could break through his impenetrable defense, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't muster any strength in his body. He could only stare at Zi-Chen with wide eyes and mutter, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, his body tilted backward. However, the moment his life disappeared, he saw the second stage domain realm cultivator who had somehow killed him fall backward first. Therefore, a trace of relief appeared on his disbelieving face. A powerful fifth stage domain realm cultivator had died just like that. Even though Zi-Chen didn't die, his condition wasn't much better than if he had died. Because he had consumed too much of his power, and because of his severe injuries, the outsider power that he hadn't fully refined erupted once again. Zichen wasn't sure whether the alien power had completely devoured Zichen this time. He slowly closed his eyes. Just before he completely lost consciousness, a faint fragrance seemed to enter his nose. A beautiful woman in white appeared beside Zichen. She lowered her head and looked at Zichen, sizing him up. She had been watching the battle from beginning to end. Now that she appeared, there was still a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. Zichen had already fainted, and the alien power was wreaking havoc in his body. The 5th stage domain realm cultivator was already dead, but the domain realm he had propped up didn't disappear for some reason. The woman turned around and glanced at the weapon that had killed the 5th stage domain realm cultivator. Her expression was unreadable as she muttered, "So it was that weapon. I didn't expect him to die too." The alien power in Zichen's body had completely erupted, and it looked like it was about to completely devour Zichen. She sighed and said, "It's rare to see someone with such perfect nomological power. It's a pity that he died just like that." As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of light emitting holy light appeared in front of her. The woman waved her hand and a quarter of the light ball's power was drawn out. This power slowly flowed into Zichen's body. This power exuded a holy light, just like the divine healing technique used by the gods in the legends. The power fused into Zichen's body and began to heal Zichen's injuries, unblocking the blocked meridians in Zichen's body. This power was like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, leading his troops in an orderly manner on a chaotic battlefield. The berserk power in Zichen's body gradually calmed down, slowly rotating, and then completely fusing into Zichen's body. Zichen, who had obtained the spirit domain core and the perfect domain seed, could be said to have obtained a great fortune. Now, with the help of the strange power contained in the perfect domain seed, Zichen had obtained a fortune that was no less great than the great fortune he had obtained. As long as this power completely fused into his body, Zichen's realm would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this way, no one could tell whether the sober Zichen was a human or an alien. This was because the two types of power in his body were clearly not in harmony. At this moment, the 5-domain world collapsed, turning into fragments. During this time, a lot of domain power surged violently. Whether it was the surging power or the fragments, they all gathered towards Zichen. Zichen's body became a black hole, crazily devouring this power. The power contained in the 5-domain world was naturally enormous. This way, the two types of power could be balanced. The beautiful woman had disappeared, and she didn't see any subsequent changes. She didn't know if it was a coincidence that Zichen could achieve a balance between the two types of power. The alien power entered Zichen's body, bringing along even more alien power to open up the meridians in his body. After refining Zichen's body, it entered Zichen's abdomen. Although Zichen now had the power of a world, abdomen was still his foundation. When the alien power entered abdomen, it emitted a holy light and gathered alone, hugging into a ball. In another place in his dantian was the unique power of yin and yang that Zichen had cultivated. Within this power of yin and yang, there were flashes of various colors. These were the top nomological laws that Zichen had comprehended before. In addition, in Zichen's abdomen, there was a third ball of light. This ball of light formed a perfect circle, just like the circle formed by the yin and yang power. This was another perfect law that Zichen had obtained after obtaining a great fortune. It was the only law of heaven and earth that existed in this world. On one side was the yin and yang power, on the other side was the heaven and earth power, and on the other side was the alien power. These three types of power gathered in Zichen's abdomen, forming a triangle and opposing each other. The confrontation didn't last long before the alien race took action. The alien race's power transformed into the alien race's law. This law was domineering and gentle, with a pure and holy aura. Clearly, it was a top-tier law. The heaven and earth power also turned into the heaven and earth law in an instant. It was incomparably vast, like the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, like an indomitable expert. Relatively speaking, the several top laws formed by the yin and yang power were too weak in front of these two types of laws. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, The laws formed by the yin and yang power were defeated. After being defeated, they were directly integrated into the heaven and earth, becoming a kind of heaven and earth. With the injection of other laws, the heaven and earth law was filled. Although it wasn't perfect, it was extremely powerful. After that, these two types of laws began to fight in Zichen's abdomen. Zichen, who had turned into a black hole, had already absorbed all the power of the fifth domain. Then, his body began to emit light, surging with various kinds of aura. Sometimes it was extremely domineering, sometimes it was very gentle, sometimes it was extremely oppressive, and sometimes it was like the strongest of heaven and earth. This was the result of the two types of laws clashing, trying to devour each other. The pitilessly beautiful woman had already left. If she was lucky enough to see this scene, perhaps her expression wouldn't be as calm as before. With the death of the fifth domain, all means to restrain the woman also disappeared. The woman came out of the hall and walked toward the corridor outside the hall. Then, she saw some domains who were fighting desperately to advance. When the group of domain realm experts suddenly saw a woman, they were all stunned by her beautiful face. She didn't use any seduction techniques. Her appearance was the strongest seduction technique in the world. Therefore, these stunned fellows were all killed by the restriction attacks that were several times more powerful. However, before they died, their eyes were glazed over and filled with fanaticism. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Only then did a smile appear on the woman's face. She reached out her jade-like hand and slowly stroked her cheek. The confidence that she had almost lost earlier had returned. Only that guy doesn't know how to flirt. The woman laughed cheerfully. The world lost its color, and the brilliance of the sun and moon dimmed. At this moment, it was as if she was the only person in the world. On this day, a nameless Xing Chen shone brightly. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, there seemed to be another bright Xing Chen between heaven and earth. The saintess of the sacred star, Ling Shuang, had awakened in the land of exile. Boom! With the pool as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. A violent force swept out. The realms spectating the battle, as well as the domains guarding the pool, were all swept away by the violent force. After Ling Shuang awakened, all life within a radius of 1,000 miles disappeared. The only one alive was Zichen. Ling Shuang had awakened, but her battle prowess had not recovered. Therefore, she returned to the main hall and began to refine the sacred light ball. Once her battle prowess was fully awakened, the Shuntian prefecture of the Jianwu continent would have another terrifying race that even the prefecture lord feared. It would still take a long time for Ling Shuang to fully awaken. As for the power in Zichen's body, it would also take a long time to determine who was better. Zichen's body was still glowing. From his body and surroundings, it was difficult to see the changes in time. It was as if time had returned to its original state. In the outside world, time passed by quickly. In the residence of the Shuntian prefecture lord, the chessboard was still there, but the two people playing it had disappeared. On the chessboard, the black horse that had intruded had changed and was slowly going into hibernation. The black chessboard, which was originally a dead end, was now active. Many of the moves that the white chessboard had set up gradually lost their effect. How is it? A middle-aged man with a resolute face stood above the ruins. He looked at the ruins and asked. Without a doubt, the world is about to have another expert. A folding fan appeared in the elegant middle-aged man's hand and he waved it slightly. Can't you divine who it is? The middle-aged man asked again. It doesn't matter who it is. Prefecture Lord, you want to know the identity now. I'm afraid you're being too hasty. It's not good, the middle-aged man said lightly. All right. As soon as they finished speaking, the two figures disappeared. In the next moment, they were already beside the chessboard. Wonderful. What a wonderful move. With a single glance, the mansion master saw the changes on the chessboard. A large portion of the originally dead black chess pieces had come to life. The hibernating black horses surged with a pitch-black light, which had already drowned out a large portion of the white chess pieces. Congratulations, Prefecture Lord. The black horse is hibernating. This is a sign that it is about to turn into a dragon. The elegant middle-aged man was overjoyed when he saw the chessboard. The prefecture lord nodded and said, "Not bad. My previous action was not in vain." There were 108 cities under the Shuntian prefecture. All of them were waiting for the competition to begin. Many of them had already found out about the current situation in Hupping City. It could be said that Hupping City was extremely lucky. Once it participated in the competition, its ranking would definitely drop. At that moment, all the forces were calculating how to maximize their own benefits and how to divide the spots in Hupping City. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, the two forces only cared about fighting and devouring each other. Zi Chen's cultivation did not increase at all. After fighting for 10 years, neither of the two forces managed to devour the other. Instead, they were both injured and extremely weak. It could be seen that the foreign race's law was not weaker than the laws of the world. Chapter 1552. The Heaven and Earth Law and the Foreign Race Law had been fighting for 10 years. During these 10 years, both laws had consumed a lot of energy, but there was no clear winner. In the end, both sides suffered. At that moment, a third law appeared. This law was one of the top laws that had been easily devoured by the Heaven and Earth Law. However, for some reason, it broke away from the control of the Heaven and Earth Law. After breaking away, they gathered together and turned into the power of Yin and Yang. Then, the power of Yin and Yang transformed into a new law. This new law was the strongest law that Zi Chen had comprehended. Destruction. The destruction law was unique in the world. It belonged to Zi Chen alone. When Zi Chen had comprehended this law, his original intention had been to destroy all the laws in the world. After the destruction law appeared, it rushed toward the weak foreign race law. A beam of light shot out from the destruction law as if it was performing the saber drawing technique. The light turned into a saber beam and slashed down, cutting the foreign race law in half. The foreign race law wanted to fuse again, but the destructive power in the beam of light had already seeped into it. Before fusing, it had to be expelled first. Perhaps it would be relatively easy to expel it when it was intact, but now that this power had become very weak, it was extremely difficult to expel it. The destruction law that Zi Chen had comprehended had a very strong offensive power. After one attack, several attacks appeared, directly cutting the foreign race law into pieces. After completely losing the initiative, the rule breaker rushed forward like a vicious wolf and immediately devoured all of the alien laws. When the Heaven and Earth Law saw that the foreign race law was devoured in a few attacks, it was clearly frightened and turned to flee. However, this was Zi Chen's sealed abdomen. Where could it escape to? The destruction of the natural order quickly caught up, followed by another round of light slashing. Even the incomparably vast and magnanimous natural order of the world could not escape the fate of being scattered everywhere. This law was like the nemesis of all the laws in the world. It was also like a treasured saber that could cut through iron like mud. There was nothing it could not break. After the Heaven and Earth Law was cut apart, it was devoured by the destruction law that rushed forward. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth Law or the Foreign Race Law, they were all outsiders to Zi Chen. Only this destruction law truly belonged to Zi Chen. Relatively speaking, the destruction law that had been following Zi Chen had already gained intelligence. Therefore, it showed weakness at first and then attacked later. If the destruction law had shown its strong offensive power at the beginning, it would definitely be suppressed and devoured by the two powerful laws. After all, both laws were extraordinary. Now, there was only one law left in Zi Chen's body, the destruction law. However, there were two more rules in the destruction rule. As the two rules merged, the destruction rule also underwent some kind of transformation. The laws of the destruction law, the laws of the Heaven and Earth Law of the destruction Heaven and Earth, his realm and body's strength were also undergoing a transformation. Zi Chen's great creation of the Great Awakening of Heaven-Earth's great creation realm. Zi Chen would refine the world energy of the fifth stage domain and a quarter of the holy light ball's energy and integrate them into his body. Zi was Earth a Heaven's Heaven and Earth Heaven of the Great Heaven and Earth of Heaven and cultivation. Upon entering Hupping City, one could see the tallest statue of Zi Chen in the city. His eyes were calm and wise, and his figure was imposing. Behind the statue was a palace dedicated to recording Zichen's achievements. Every day, cultivators came to visit and learn about Zichen's glorious deeds. Especially what had happened in the prefecture realm, where a dozen people had dared to attack a 10,000-strong domain realm army. The cultivators who came to visit were all shocked. In particular, there were experts from other cities in the team that led the team. There were even 3 titled experts among them. This was what the cultivators of Hupping City were most proud of. In the past, we were 108, but so what? Zichen, who was in 108, had become the leader of all the forces and experts. He led them to kill the enemy, and no one dared to disobey him. It had been decades since the prefecture realm closed. Zichen, who had not shown up all this time, had not been forgotten. Instead, he had become even more famous. Almost all the young people in the city saw Zichen as a role model. The families in the city were also grateful to Zichen. In particular, the disciples of the families who were lucky enough to follow Zichen into the prefecture realm were extremely grateful to Zichen. Although these disciples had died, they had brought great benefits to the families. There were many immortal king-level battle skill inheritances. With the support of these battle skills, the itinerant cultivators who had broken through to the domain realm were the first to consider joining those families. After decades of development, middle domain realm cultivators could be seen everywhere in Hupping City. The major forces could summon hundreds or even thousands of domain realm cultivators with a casual call. The changes that had happened in just a few decades were naturally due to Zichen and the others who had entered the prefecture realm. However, the crowd had not seen Wu Xie and the others since they had met them decades ago. These people were still in seclusion, and they had been in seclusion for decades. City Lord Mu Feng arrived at Hunter's Castle early and sat in the hall. The tea in his cup had already turned cold, but he did not seem to notice it. He gently placed the cup to his lips, looking uneasy. Lord Wu arrived after hearing the news, and Mu Feng immediately stood up. In Hupping City, Mu Feng's position as city lord was not as high as that of the elderly Lord Wu. This was because Hunter's Castle, which was controlled by the latter, carried the hopes of the entire city. Fortunately, Lord Wu was usually very easygoing. He did not care about who had a higher position. The two of them got along very well. "How is it?" City Lord Mu Feng asked when he saw Lord Wu enter. Lord Wu shook his head and said, "They are still in seclusion. No one has come out." Disappointment immediately appeared on Mu Feng's face. He then said, 50 years. They have been in seclusion for 50 years. I really don't know how much they have improved. Lord Wu said, I am also looking forward to it. However, they have been in seclusion for so long. The closer they are to the end, the more critical it will be. It is best that we do not disturb them. Mu Feng nodded to show that he understood. Lord Wu asked curiously, has the time been set? Mu Feng shook his head and said, not yet, but there is news that it will happen within a year. Is the news reliable? It came from Shuntian City. There should be no problem. Lord Wu was stunned when he heard this. He then sighed and said, it seems that they still care a lot about Zichen. It is a pity that Zichen has not appeared for 50 years. I am really looking forward to seeing Zichen appear in the arena and face off against his former subordinates. Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said, don't get your hopes up. My goal this time is not to fall too far in the rankings. Although those people are friends with Zichen, the main force in this competition is at the 6th domain realm. Our Hupping City does not have any young people at the 6th domain realm. The only condition to participate in the competition was to be below the 7th domain realm. When the competition started, the main force would be at the 6th domain realm. There were even some existences at the peak of the 6th domain realm. This was the foundation of the big cities. Hupping City had just been promoted, so this foundation was the only thing it lacked. Their only hope now was Wu Xie's group of 6. However, they did not know how much Wu Xie and the others had improved after being in seclusion for more than 50 years. Since he did not get the result he wanted, Mu Feng could only return to the City Lord Mansion first. 7 months later, news spread to Hupping City that the competition would be held 1 year later. Every city had 5 slots, and 5 tokens were issued. Only 5 people could enter Shuntian Prefecture with the tokens. This meant that only 5 people could participate in the competition. After receiving the news, Mu Feng left the City Lord Mansion and headed to Hunter's Castle again. He had been going to Hunter's Castle frequently in the past 7 months. The time was right, but the few of them had not come out of seclusion. Mu Feng was obviously worried. Buzz. Just as he arrived at Hunter's Castle, Mu Feng sensed a wave of energy trembling. This trembling came from the place where Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion. Mu Feng guessed the reason for the trembling, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Obviously, someone had come out of seclusion among the few of them. The moment the trembling spread, the group of higher-ups instantly arrived outside the seclusion grounds. In front of them, 6 stone doors were tightly shut. This was the best cultivation room that Hunter's Castle could provide. Including Lord Wu, the group of higher-ups waited outside for half an hour before one of the stone doors slowly opened. The first person to walk out of the stone door was Shangguan Hong, who was out of everyone's expectations. Her body emitted a faint green glow, surging with vitality. Just as she walked out of the stone door and saw the group of people, a look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes, before she quickly bowed towards the few higher-ups. A rare look of discomfort appeared in the eyes of the few higher-ups, because at least 3 or 4 of them were unable to sense the energy fluctuations around Shangguan Hong. This also meant that Shangguan Hong's realm had already surpassed theirs. 5th Heavenly Layer. After 50 years of seclusion, she has actually broken through to the 5th Heavenly Layer. This breakthrough speed is truly heaven-defying. After sensing Shangguan Hong's realm, Mu Feng and Lord Wu were extremely shocked. What? 5th Heavenly Layer? When the others heard this, they were immediately stunned. They had cultivated for their entire lives, yet had never stepped into the 5th Heavenly Layer. However, Shangguan Hong had advanced to this realm in just 50 years of seclusion. This comparison was truly infuriating. Shangguan Hong was the only one who had come out of seclusion, so the following matters regarding the grand competition could only be discussed with Shangguan Hong. After Mu Feng said that there were only 5 slots, they asked Shangguan Hong to consider which 5 people should be sent. Shangguan Hong practically didn't even think about it, before she said, Zi Chen, Wu Xie, Man Shuo, and Dong Qing. Mu Feng was stunned, before he reminded her, Zi Chen, but he hasn't returned yet. Shangguan Hong said, for this matter, the most suitable person is Zi Chen. When the grand competition begins, the entire Shuntian Prefecture should be discussing this matter. If Zi Chen is still alive, after hearing the news, he will definitely go and participate. Mu Feng and Lord Wu looked at each other, before they both nodded. Indeed, this kind of matter could only be participated by young people. They couldn't possibly send an old higher-up to participate. There was still a year before the start of the grand competition, and in the following year, they would wait for the others to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1553. Those who came back alive from the underworld had a huge amount of lucky points. Even though the old man had increased the price of the lucky points by 10 times, they were still able to buy a lot of good stuff. When Man Shuo and the rest left, the old man had personally given them some compensation. Therefore, during the process of seclusion, they were constantly stimulating their powerful bloodline and comprehending the inheritance that was truly suitable for them. It could be said that they were like higher life forms, stimulating their own potential. During the process, their realms would naturally increase. When Man Shuo finished his seclusion and walked out of the cultivation room, he was also at the 5th stage domain realm. A strong aura surged around him. In the past 50 years, his mountain spirit body had improved greatly. In the end, he had even comprehended his own mountain spirit law. 2 months later, Wu Xie and Dong Qing came out of seclusion one after another. As expected, both of them had broken through to the 5th stage domain realm. Wu Xie looked increasingly evil. His immortal body had been completely stimulated. Now, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill Wu Xie who had the immortal body. Dong Qing had become a true beast tamer. Her spiritual senses were as strong as the sea, surging and surging. She could completely defeat those of the same level. The 4 of them came out of seclusion one after another and gathered together. Surprisingly, their words were in agreement. The first place for the competition was Zichen's. No one could take it away. This was the only way they could hope to see Zichen return. Since their realms had increased by several levels, they were looking forward to meeting Zichen. As for the twins, they had not come out of seclusion yet. However, the two of them had obviously lost the qualification to participate in this competition. Because it was a grand competition, the array masters would not be given time to set up the array. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, the array masters would be at a disadvantage. Shangguan Hong went home to accompany her parents. The other three were stabilizing their realms and familiarizing themselves with the combat power after breaking through. Soon, 2 months passed. There was still half a year before the grand competition. According to Mu Feng, he wanted everyone to head to the Shuntian prefecture in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment there. However, he was rejected by Wu Xie. According to Wu Xie, he didn't want to see those ugly faces so soon. There was still a month before the grand competition. Wu Xie's group of 4 took the 5 entry tokens and set off. In every major city of the Shuntian prefecture, there was a teleportation array. This teleportation array was only accessible to those in the domain realm. It led directly to various places in the 108 cities. However, not everyone could activate a teleportation array just because they wanted to. The prerequisite for teleportation was that both teleportation arrays had to be activated. In the entire Shuntian prefecture, only the number 1 city, Shuntian City, had a transmission array that led directly to the Shuntian prefecture. Therefore, the 4 people's first stop was Shuntian City. As the brilliance of the teleportation formation surged, the 4 people who were responsible for the entire Hupping City disappeared. After appearing, the 4 of them arrived at the number 1 city of Shuntian prefecture, Shuntian City. The spirit qi in this city was much denser than in Hupping City. Occasionally, there would be sparkling and translucent rainbow-colored crystals floating in the sky above the city. Those were spirit qi crystals. There was an old man standing next to the teleportation array. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the old man stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if you are here to participate in the competition?" Wu Xie took out the token in his hand and said politely, "Yes. Senior, where are we going next?" "Where are you from, young friend?" the old man asked again. "Hupping City," Wu Xie said. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes. He looked at the 4 of them again and said with a kind smile, "So, you are friends from Hupping City. My young master specially told me that if you are from Hupping City, you can look for him first." Wu Xie asked, "May I know who your young master is?" The old man said proudly, "Shuntian Dao." "Oh, then please lead the way, senior." In the domain prefecture, Zichen had a very good relationship with several titled sovereigns. Wu Xie and the others were not bad either. It would be good to meet Shuntian Dao in Shuntian City. Under the old man's lead, Wu Xie and the other 3 people arrived at a magnificent castle. The castle was like a palace, solemn and dignified. Everywhere they passed, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Moreover, there were all domain realm experts stationed there. This castle was even bigger than the hunter's castle in Hupping City. Mansha asked curiously, "What is this castle? Is it the hunter's castle?" The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, you are very humorous. How can this be the hunter's castle? This is just my young master's residence." When the 4 of them heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shuntian Dao's residence alone was bigger than the hunter's castle in Hupping City. The difference between the 2 was too great. When they arrived at the depths of the castle, the 4 people heard hearty laughter before they could enter a hall. The old man stood outside the hall and said respectfully, "Young master, the people from Hupping City are here." "Oh, they are here." Shuntian Dao stopped laughing and came to the front of the hall. When he saw that there were only 4 people, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not make it. However, Shuntian Dao quickly smiled and said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here. Come in quickly." The 4 people did not stand on ceremony and walked straight into the hall. The decorations in the hall were not luxurious. The furnishings inside looked simple and natural. When they arrived at the hall, There were other people sitting there and chatting. When the four of them arrived, the others also looked at them one after another, their eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. After all, the biggest beneficiary of the trip to the Manor Realm was Hupping City. The city's ranking rose by dozens of places. During this time, many forces were not convinced and went to Shuntian Prefecture to reason. It was unreasonable for the city's ranking to rise by dozens of places. It was also at that time that they learned about what Hupping City's Zichen had done in the Manor Realm. They were shocked. After learning about the battle in the Nether Realm from others, everyone was in disbelief. That was because it was clearly an impossible mission, but Zichen had done it. The battle seemed to have no chance of winning, but not only did Zichen win, but he also minimized the losses. Apart from Zichen, the other people in Hupping City were also very famous. Wu Xie had vertical pupils and looked very evil. He followed behind Shuntian Dao. Man Shi had a tall stature, and the contours of his muscles were obvious. He walked with steady steps, like a moving mountain. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing were at the back of the group. Both of them had their own merits, and were equally matched in terms of looks. While everyone was sizing up Wu Xie and the other three people, the four of them also looked forward and immediately saw some familiar people. There was the fortune teller who was actually young but looked like a middle-aged man. There was Hidden Fog who did not look much younger than the fortune teller. There was Dark Mantle who wore a black robe and had a pair of blood-red eyes. There was Jin Qingcheng who was wearing a golden robe and had a gorgeous appearance. Since Jin Qingcheng was here, there was naturally the annoying Yi Ming. Apart from Yi Ming, the other familiar people immediately had joy on their faces when they saw the four of them. They all went up to greet them. The atmosphere, which was already lively, became even livelier because of the four of them. Seeing Jin Qingcheng, who had always been serious, hug Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing with a smile at the moment, Yi Ming could not help but think of that person. He was furious. Subsequently, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I didn't expect all of you to have improved so much in just a few decades. I really don't know what kind of *T luck you have." Wu Xie glanced at Yi Ming. The latter's words were harsh, but there was clearly surprise in his eyes that could not be erased. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "I've made a great contribution in the Manor world and gained a great advantage. Fortunately, my cultivation level has increased. If it weren't for the start of the battle, I really planned to break through to the 9th domain before coming out of closed-door cultivation." Wu Xie had a regretful expression on his face as he spoke. How could Yi Ming believe what Wu Xie said? There was disdain in his eyes immediately as he said in disdain, "You're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you're worthy of the 9th domain? There are 5 spots for the battle this time. Why are there only 4 people from Hupping City here? Could it be that you can't find a 5th person? That's why the 4 of you are here to embarrass yourselves." Man Shi glanced at Yi Ming and said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm the 5th person. Our first person, Zichen, isn't here yet." Yi Ming was stunned when he heard that. His expression changed, and he lost his composure as he said, "Didn't Zichen die long ago? Why is there a spot?" Yi Ming would definitely lose his composure when Zichen was mentioned because he had embarrassed himself too much in front of Zichen. Shangguan Hong said coldly, "Even if you, Yi Ming, die 10 times, Zichen won't die even once." Yi Ming did not fall out with Shangguan Hong in front of everyone. He merely smirked and said, "It's been so many years since we last met. Shangguan Hong, you're still so infatuated. It's unfortunate that the person you're infatuated with is dead. You're still so devoted to a dead person. I really pity you." Shangguan Hong glanced at Yi Ming in disdain, but she did not bother to talk to him anymore. Dong Qing did not want to be outdone. He smiled softly and said, "We firmly believe that Zichen isn't dead. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Oh yeah, didn't you say that you're going to marry Qingcheng when we left the Manor Realm? Are you two married? Why are you standing so far away? Could it be that you think you're not good enough for Qingcheng? Is that why you didn't dare to mention marriage because you're ashamed?" That hit Yi Ming's sore spot. After he returned, he was really angry about what happened in the Manor Realm. He went to the Jin clan to propose marriage with 70% sincerity and 30% anger. He was very sincere when he went, but he did not see Jin Qingcheng. According to the Jin clan, Jin Qingcheng went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she returned. The Jin clan seemed to be dissatisfied with him as well. Their attitude was neither cold nor warm, which almost drove Yiming crazy. Yiming had almost become a joke in Golden Leaf City now. Dongqing, it's good that you and I know this. Why do you have to say it in front of so many people? Who is Yiming? How can he be good enough for Qingcheng? Even if Qingcheng is going to marry someone, she should marry someone as responsible as Zi Chen, Shangguan Hong mocked. Heaven calculating Dao and the others laughed. Yiming was furious and wanted to attack immediately. Chapter 1554. Yiming's face turned pale from the two ladies' words. If he were to attack the two of them in front of so many people, Yiming would probably lose all of his dignity. Now, he finally knew what would happen if he offended women. There were a few strangers in the hall. They came from other cities that were ranked at the top, and they were all on level 5 domain. Since Shantian Dao was there, Yiming shut his mouth sensibly. Otherwise, he would be humiliated if he continued to pester them. Later on, apart from Yiming, who was upset, the rest chatted happily. The servants served tea and snacks, and they chatted while eating. Halfway through, the fortune teller asked, "Has Zi Chen returned to Hupping City?" The few of them shook their heads, and their expressions became unnatural. The fortune teller said in confusion, "That shouldn't be the case. My master did a divination for Zi Chen. He said that Zi Chen must be alive. Theoretically, he should have returned to Hupping City a long time ago." Mansha looked at the fortune teller and asked, "Your master did the divination. Is it accurate?" The rest looked over almost instinctively when they heard Zi Chen's name. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh when they heard what Mansha said. The fortune teller said while forcing a smile, "My master is the previous fortune teller. He did the divination himself. Do you think it's accurate?" The people seemed to have taken a tranquilizer as soon as he said that. Yiming looked rather terrible. The previous fortune teller was almost like a living god. How could his words not count? Never had he thought that Mansha would shake his head again after thinking about it for a moment. Your divination skill isn't that great to begin with. Like disciple, like master. Of course, I don't believe you. However, I believe in Zi Chen and that soul jade slip. He must be alive. The people laughed out loud. The fortune teller smiled in an unconcerned manner. At night, Shantian Dao hosted a banquet. The people from the top 5 cities who were participating in the competition this time were all there. There were over 20 of them. Unlike what the upper echelons of Hupping City had guessed earlier, the cultivators who came this time, including those from Darkness City and Golden Leaf City, were all on level 5. They were not on level 6 as they had guessed earlier. Of course, even if they were at the 5th heavenly layer, their battle prowess was not any weaker than a 6th heavenly layer. After taking their seats, everyone looked at the 4 people from Hu Ping Cheng with astonishment on their faces. Their city was ranked at the top and had a strong foundation. It was not difficult for them to push Yiming, the fortune teller, and the rest to the 5th level. However, what did Hu Ping City, which had just advanced, have? They were actually able to push all 4 of them to the 5th layer of heaven. This was very surprising. During this time, Wu Xie asked about the doubts in his heart. Why didn't they send some 6th heavenly layer cultivators? One had to know that although these top-ranked 5th heavenly layer cultivators were able to fight 6th heavenly layer cultivators, the 6th heavenly layer cultivators that were dispatched were naturally able to fight 7th heavenly layer cultivators. Furthermore, since these people were chosen to participate in the competition, they were naturally all experts. And this time, it was the gathering of the strongest under the 7th level of the entire Shantian prefecture. This matter was still considered a secret to some of the other powers, but to the people present, it was not a big deal. The fortune teller said with a smile, "The competition this time is a little different from the past. It's said that before the competition, there will be a small test. Some of the powers that received the news in advance have sent out 5th domain cultivators." Test? What test? Mansha moved his head closer and asked curiously. The fortune teller shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't know at the moment. Mansha glared and said, "You don't even know how to calculate." "I'm not sure. It's said that there will be an opportunity." Mansha chuckled and said, "It's good that there's an opportunity." The group stayed at Shuntian Dao's place for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, they met some familiar faces one after another. Their cities were ranked at the top, and they were all 5th domain cultivators. Clearly, they had all received the news. 3 days later, the group left the castle and prepared to head to the mysterious Shuntian Prefecture. Shuntian Prefecture was the most prosperous place in this area. It was also the paradise of all domain cultivators. Everyone, including Shuntian Dao, headed to Shuntian Prefecture. After the competition, the final winner would undoubtedly be famous in Shuntian Prefecture. Next, some experts would stay at Shuntian Prefecture. In the future, that would be the stage for them to display their skills. The people of Shuntian City opened the transportation array to Shuntian Prefecture for the group. When the group stepped into the array, under a ruin hundreds of millions of miles away from Shuntian Prefecture, a young man who had been in a deep sleep for decades slowly opened his eyes. The young man's eyes were lifeless when he opened them. After a while, he came back to his senses and his eyes flashed with a bright light. "I'm not dead." His eyes flashed as he stood up and looked around. He was surrounded by an empty space. "Where is this?" He looked around but couldn't find any familiar scene. "I killed a 5th domain cultivator in the end. I couldn't suppress the alien power in my body any longer and it completely erupted. Did I survive another calamity?" The young man turned around and saw the flashing dragon spike floating beside him. He put away the dragon spike and then remembered to sense the alien power in his body. When he used his spiritual perception, the young man was surprised to find that the enormous alien power in his body had completely disappeared. "Why is the alien power in my body gone? My cultivation level. How is this possible?" Immediately after, the young man was stunned when he sensed his own cultivation level. "The peak of the 4th domain realm. My cultivation level has actually risen to the peak of the 4th domain realm. What exactly happened during this period?" While he was puzzled, a world appeared behind the young man. It was a domain world with a radius of 60 miles. In this domain world, there was sunlight, the 5 elements, and surging vitality. If you added in some other life forms, this would be a real world. The young man was Zichen. He didn't know what had happened after he fainted, but based on his current senses, he knew that he had obtained a great opportunity. Not only had the alien power in his body completely disappeared, but it had also perfectly fused with his body and his domain world. When Zichen had been in the domain realm, he had felt a little awkward every time he opened his domain world. It was as if the laws in it had clashed with each other. However, this time, as the domain world behind Zichen opened, he could feel that all the powers could fuse together. As long as he used his spiritual perception, Zichen's perfect domain world would turn into a type of law, which was the destruction law. Although he didn't know how these laws had fused with the destruction law, he could feel that the destruction law had become increasingly powerful. Sensing the changes in his body, Zichen was no longer surprised. Instead, he calmed down and quietly sensed the changes in his body. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes. He was very satisfied with the changes. "You're only at the peak of the 4th domain realm. Your cultivation level didn't increase that much." A cold but extremely pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Zichen immediately turned around and saw the woman who had almost killed him. She stood in the void, her white robes fluttering in the wind as she looked at Zichen indifferently. "It's you." Zichen's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. He asked, "Senior, you saved me." "Senior, what a strange name. I remember that you've always called me an old witch." The woman's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. "How could that be?" Zichen's face was extremely thick. He said, "Senior is as beautiful as a fairy. How could mere mortals like us casually judge you?" Zichen had already recognized the reality. He was no match for this woman at all. Moreover, this woman was the mute woman after her transformation. Although she was no longer a true mute woman, her sea of consciousness still contained all of the mute woman's memories. This could be considered the mute woman's good fortune. There was no point for Zi Chen to be conflicted. Moreover, the reason why he could change so much was because of this woman. It could also be said that it was because of the mute woman. Thank you, Senior. Zi Chen cupped his fists and thanked her sincerely. The woman didn't feel grateful. She coldly glanced at Zi Chen and asked, "Am I really that old?" Zi Chen was startled and looked up at her. She could be considered one of the most beautiful women Zi Chen had ever seen. To be honest, she wasn't old at all. Guessing that she was very concerned about this question, Zi Chen immediately explained, "Senior is a form of respect for the strong." Forget about the form of respect. The woman lightly flicked her sleeve and said, "Now that you've broken through, you should leave." Zi Chen naturally wanted to leave. However, after a slight hesitation, he asked, "May I ask, what plans does Fairy have after this?" Ling Shuang was still very satisfied with this last-minute change in the way he addressed her as a fairy. She did not mind Zi Chen's little tricks, and said calmly, "Don't worry, after I awaken, I will not kill the innocent. Furthermore, the strange races are not as bloodthirsty as you think. There are still many who do not have a choice." Zi Chen didn't say anything. This was the same as what he usually knew. When you're stronger, you'll naturally understand. All right, hurry up and leave. With a flash of brilliance, Zi Chen's figure disappeared into nothingness. After Zi Chen left, the woman no longer acted high and mighty. Instead, she forcefully stomped the air and angrily said, "How can this broken place compare to the sacred planet? If there's a way to leave, who would want to stay here?" When Zi Chen's figure returned to reality from nothingness, he found himself in a crowded place. As soon as he appeared, he heard the discussions around him. The Shuntian Prefecture's domain tournament has finally begun. Yeah, I wonder which force will be the champion this time. Is there a need to guess? Of course, it's the first city, Shuntian City. That's not necessarily true. I heard that last time, the fortune teller and Shuntian City were evenly matched. They were just a hair's breadth away from winning. Hearing these discussions, Zi Chen was startled. The domain tournament has begun. After inquiring about the details of the domain tournament and learning that all the forces had arrived at Shuntian Prefecture, Zi Chen sped up and rushed there. Chapter 1555. The Shuntian Prefecture's realm tournament was getting closer and closer. Even though Wu Xie had asked the people of Shuntian Dao to help spread the news, Zi Chen still hadn't shown up. In the past few days, Hu Pingcheng, Shuntian Dao, Fortune Teller, Jin Qingcheng, Hidden Mist, Dark Mantle, and more than a dozen other experts had gathered together. These experts had a good relationship with Zi Chen. Their cities were ranked at the top. It was Zi Chen who had led them to challenge the final Starry Sky City. There are still 3 days before the realm tournament, and there is still no news from Zi Chen. What will you do if Zi Chen doesn't show up in 3 days? A young man in blue asked. He was from Blue Flame City, which was ranked 8th. The 4 people who had been very confident in Zi Chen were obviously not confident at the moment. Wu Xie sighed, "Let's take one step at a time. There are still 3 days, right? Let's wait and see. If Zi Chen really doesn't show up, the 4 of you will really have to participate in the tournament." Dark Mantle said, "You should know how much the absence of one person will affect your battle strength." Out of concern among friends, the group was still very worried about the 4 people from Hu Pingcheng participating in the tournament. It should be known that none of the participants were weak. The absence of one person would greatly affect the outcome of the tournament. Everyone wanted the 4 to return to Hu Pingcheng to find one person. However, the 4 of them were very clear that there were no other special existences in Hu Pingcheng, unless they went to Tiger God Mountain to borrow someone. However, there were only 3 days before the tournament. It would be too late even if they went now. Let's wait. Wu Xie, who couldn't speak of his bitterness, could only say so. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The realm tournament of Shuntian Prefecture began. At the very center of the Shuntian Prefecture, there was a huge square. There were many forbidden spaces in this square, and the square could be divided into many spaces. Usually, some of the regions that had conflicts would duel here, and the grand competition would also be held here. A restriction was activated. A high platform slowly rose from the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a cold and resolute face stood on the platform. His indifferent eyes swept across the hundreds of cultivators who had come to participate in the tournament. Outside the square stood other domain experts who had come to join in the fun. They looked at the people in the field. Some of their eyes were filled with envy, some with jealousy, and some looked at the crowd with disdain, as if they were watching children playing house. The participants in the arena didn't utter a single word. The surrounding domain realm experts started to discuss the middle-aged man when they saw him. That's Lord Mo Ling. I didn't expect Lord Mo Ling to be the one hosting the competition this time. Lord Mo Ling is an existence second only to the Shuntian Prefecture Lord. I didn't expect him to be the host of this competition. Mo Ling, the #1 guard under the Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Master. His cultivation level has long since reached the 9th domain realm. Usually, it's just a legend. I didn't expect to see him in person today. Among the sounds of discussion, there were very few discussions about the 108 city. Most of the discussions were about the middle-aged man named Mo Ling on the high platform. Compared to the cultivators participating in the competition, Mo Ling was a real big shot. Not only was he the #1 bodyguard under the Shuntian Prefecture's lord, but he was also the #1 person in the Shuntian Prefecture's 9 domains. He had the title of being undefeatable. Only those existences in the domain realm could surpass Mo Ling. In the 108 city, it was obvious that many people had heard of Mo Ling's name. As the discussion spread, the cultivators who had come to participate in the competition raised their heads one by one. They looked curiously and reverently at the 9th layer domain realm expert who had the title of being undefeated. Mo Ling gently raised his right hand. The discussions around him stopped abruptly. Mo Ling was expressionless. He said coldly, "In the past, the grand competition of domain realms was conducted by drawing lots. First, there would be a ranking battle between the cities to determine the ranking of the cities. After that, there would be a personal battle. However, there will be some slight changes this time." Many people in the audience looked startled. Obviously, these people had not heard the news in advance and had only brought along 6th domain realm experts. A few days ago, we accidentally discovered a chaotic small world. After we went in to investigate, we found that the things in the small world were very interesting. After we reported this matter to the mansion master said that the first battle will be held there. Later, everyone will be given a jade token. There will be a small counter-restriction set in the jade token. Your gains in the small world will be displayed on the jade token. After you come out, you will be ranked according to the total of your gains on the counter. This was obviously different from the previous competitions. Everyone's expression changed. The domain realm experts in the distance were even more shocked when they heard this. Mo Ling continued, "In the small world, cultivators are not allowed to fight to the death. In addition to the jade token, we will also give each of you a token. There is a teleportation array in the token. As long as you use your mind, the teleportation array will be activated and you will leave the small world. Of course, this is a last resort for everyone." After hearing Mo Ling's words, Mansha was curious about the small world. At the same time, he curled his lips. What did he mean by discovered it a few days ago? Who was he trying to lie to? He had probably discovered it a few years ago, and after a series of preparations, some of the more powerful forces had long known that such a thing would happen this time, which was why they had brought along cultivators of the 5th domain. At this moment, the demon commander had purposely said that he had only discovered it a few days ago, so that everyone could accept it. "All right, everyone will come up to receive your jade tokens. Although we can't see what happened in the small world, we will ask about it later. So, it's best that you don't kill each other." As soon as Mo Ling finished speaking, 2 people walked up to the high platform. One of them was responsible for giving out the jade tokens, while the other was responsible for recording everyone's information. After that, the cultivators came up one by one. However, before they could do so, they needed to show their qualification tokens. There was a groove on the qualification token. The size of the groove was similar to the jade token. The person holding the jade token asked, "Name?" The cultivator said, "Mo Sheng." 2 words instantly appeared on the jade token. Then, The person embedded the jade token into the qualification token. Next. An indifferent voice sounded. The second cultivator came up and did the same as before. There were a total of 540 people in the 108 cities. However, Zichen did not come, so there were only 539 people. The others came up one after another. The people from Hu Pingcheng waited anxiously. They were still hoping for a miracle. As if they had guessed the thoughts of Hu Pingcheng's group, the cultivators from Yanbo Castle, who were not used to Hu Pingcheng's group, quickly came up. After receiving their jade tokens, they stood in the distance and sneered at the 4 people. If Hu Pingcheng only sent 4 people to participate, then their ranking would definitely drop greatly this time. This was because they had plenty of ways to make the 4 people gain nothing. As for the forces that were on good terms with Hu Pingcheng, they slowly came forward, intentionally stalling for time for the 4 people. Mo Ling's gaze swept around, and finally landed on Hu Pingcheng's group. He naturally knew what these people were thinking. A smile appeared on his face, but he did not expose them. No one noticed that in another direction, there were 2 special existences looking in their direction. One of them was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was cold and resolute, and he looked like a stern general. The other person was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a refined scholar. The variable you mentioned is in this group, Shuntian Hall Master asked. There should be no mistake, but I can't tell who it is, the refined scholar said. No matter how much time was delayed, the jade tokens would eventually be distributed. Even though many people deliberately delayed, Hu Pingcheng's group of 4 still arrived. In the end, there were 5 spots left, but there were only 4 people. Mo Ling did not say anything. The other 2 people looked puzzled. Then, Wu Xie slowly went up to the stage, took his own jade token, and registered his city. In the distance, those people also saw some clues, and they were all very puzzled. Next was Man Shuo, then Dong Qing, and finally Shangguan Hong. After Shangguan Hong took her jade token and registered, the person waved his hand and motioned for Shangguan Hong to leave. Wait, I have another qualification token here. As she spoke, Shangguan Hong took out another qualification token. There's only one for each person. Find another one, the person said indifferently. Shangguan Hong did not hesitate and took out another soul jade. The soul jade was incomplete, and there was a crack in it. The soul power in it flowed slowly and jerkily. She immediately crushed the soul jade, and the moment the soul power floated out, she forcefully injected it into the qualification token. She raised the token again and said, "There's another soul remembrance in here. Will this do?" The person was startled, and he looked back at Mo Ling with a troubled expression. Hu Pingcheng has 5 tokens, and this is our 5th person, Shangguan Hong said to Mo Ling. She was not afraid in front of the top person in the 9th domain. Mo Ling looked at Shangguan Hong and smiled faintly. Just as Shangguan Hong thought he was going to agree, he shook his head and said, "No." Shangguan Hong panicked. "Why not? There's soul power in the token. I'm the person in charge here. If I say no, it means no." Mo Ling's smile did not fade, and he said, "Unless that person comes personally, I won't approve of you as the 5th person." Shangguan Hong's expression changed drastically, and the other 3 people's expressions were also very ugly. As for the others, some were gloating, some were laughing secretly, and some were shaking their heads and sighing. "You're going too far." Shangguan Hong was about to cry. This was her last resort. "You don't have enough people, but I'm still allowing you to participate. I'm already very tolerant." Mo Ling's smile did not fade. Just as Shangguan Hong was at a loss, the token in her hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 1556. Zichen had arrived at the Shuntian prefecture long ago, but unfortunately, he was stopped at the main entrance. The reason was that Zichen did not have a prefecture token to enter or leave the city. It was said that to enter and exit the huge city of the Shuntian prefecture, one must have a prefecture token. And this prefecture token could only be obtained in the Shuntian prefecture. Zichen intended to reveal his cultivation, but was despised by the guard. In this Shuntian prefecture, without a strong strength, it was impossible to enjoy special treatment. The other party pointed to the long line and said, "Do you see that? Those are all waiting to enter the Shuntian prefecture. They all have to line up obediently to apply for the prefecture token." Seeing the line of more than 100 people, Zichen was speechless. However, when he heard that the large competition was about to begin today, he was also very anxious. And these people were obviously here to join in the fun. There was no shortcut at all. Just as Zichen had no choice but to obediently line up to apply for the prefecture token, he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from the city. With a thought, he sensed that the familiar aura was rapidly approaching. Zichen grabbed the token that flew over from the Shuntian prefecture with a slightly astonished expression. The domain realm cultivators who were going in and out of the gate also saw the token that flew out, and all of them curiously sized up Zichen. To be able to make a token fly out of the Shuntian prefecture, everyone was guessing Zichen's identity in their hearts. Zichen took the token and looked at it carefully, but he could not see anything special about it. There was only a trace of his soul aura within it. Why would a token with my soul aura appear in the city? Regarding this, Zichen was very puzzled. Zichen walked back to the guard who had blocked the way earlier, handed over the token in his hand, and asked, "Is this a prefecture token?" The other party took it and looked at it carefully. He shook his head and said with certainty, "No. It's not a prefecture token, but it flew out from inside. Can I go in?" Zichen took the token and asked again. The guard's eyes were filled with doubt. He clearly did not recognize what kind of token this was, nor did he know if Zichen had the qualifications to enter. Helpless, he could only look for the leader of the guards. When the latter heard about Zichen's special situation, he immediately rushed over. After carefully examining the token several times, he shook his head. "You can't enter," Zichen said. "I don't know," said the guard leader. This kind of domain realm battle qualification token only appeared once every many years, and each time, the quantity was extremely limited. There were less than 10 pieces in each city, and only the people involved and the upper echelons could see them. They had always lived in Shuntian prefecture, so how could they possibly recognize the battle medallion? Usually, cultivators who had a battle token would directly appear in Shuntian prefecture. In a situation like Zichen's, this was the first time in history. Naturally, they would not think about the battle token. A single token stumped all the guards. Everyone shook their heads. The curiosity in the eyes of the other realms grew as they tried to guess what kind of token it was. Zichen was speechless. It was fine if the other party didn't recognize the token and let him go, but they didn't let him go even if they didn't recognize it. At this moment, Zichen heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Immediately after, he sensed a familiar aura. Zichen. Following a surprised and excited cry, Zichen saw a beautiful figure flying out of the city. Swoosh. The beautiful figure arrived in front of Zichen and hugged Zichen. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, another green light flashed out and rushed to Zichen's side, hugging Zichen from the other side. In the blink of an eye, the young man who didn't have the qualifications to enter Shuntian prefecture started hugging left and right. However, it wasn't over yet. Following that, the sound of something tearing through the air continued to ring out, and one figure after another appeared. Each of these figures emitted a powerful aura. As many auras appeared, the space around the city gate began to tremble. Some of the cultivators who were only at the second or third heavenly layer felt extremely oppressed. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed instantly. When they looked at the figure who was hugging left and right again, their eyes were filled with intense fear. These people had obviously come for him. The auras surging around them were too powerful. "Haha, Zichen, I knew you weren't dead." Shuntian Dao was the first to laugh. "My divination was right. Zichen, you really came." The fortune teller also laughed. "Have you divined before?" Mansha questioned, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. "Why are all of you here?" Zichen looked at the people who had arrived. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. After a momentary loss of composure, Dongqing and Shangguan Hong's emotions returned to normal. Speaking of which, the two women had been separated by life and death so many times in the Mana realm that they no longer suppressed their feelings. When the people around them heard the discussion and were guessing who Zi Chen was, they saw that Zi Chen, who had let go of the beauty, began to hug the others. The cultivators who were emitting powerful auras all looked excited. They seemed to be his friends. In addition to their excitement, they also noticed that a few of them looked reserved and respectful. In the end, the guy called Zi Chen hugged an outrageously beautiful woman in a golden dress. Beside the woman was a young man. The young man had a disgusted look on his face. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming and asked with a smile, "You guys aren't married, right?" Yi Ming's expression immediately turned grave. Zi Chen laughed and joked, "That's great. I still have a chance." Yi Ming's eyes were spitting fire. Jin Qingcheng looked shy, which was rare. "Why are all of you here? Aren't you going to participate in the competition?" Zi Chen turned around and asked the crowd in confusion. "We're going to participate, but we're missing one person," Shuntian Dao said with a smile. "One person is missing." Zi Chen was stunned when he heard that, then he said in hindsight, "Could it be that this token has something to do with the competition?" Next to him, Dark Screen nodded and said, "This is the qualification token for the competition. There are 5 people in each city. You're the 5th person in Hupping City." Next to him, Shangguan Hong corrected, "You're the 1st person." More and more cultivators gathered at the entrance as the crowd appeared. Hearing that these people were here to participate in the competition, all of them looked envious. Clearly, these people who could participate in the competition here were all geniuses. No matter the result of the competition, these people would definitely achieve great things in the future. This was truly a gathering of geniuses. Zi Chen was not famous in Shuntian Prefecture. However, in the 108 cities under Shuntian Prefecture, Zi Chen's name was extremely famous in Hupping City. Any organization that paid attention to the prefecture realm would know that there was a cultivator named Zi Chen in Hupping City who had obtained a great opportunity in the prefecture realm. "Is that him?" The prefecture lord, who had been paying attention to the square, suddenly looked outside the city when he saw this scene. He saw the black-robed young man. The scholarly man was silent, but there was a rare hint of seriousness in his expression. The prefecture lord nodded without saying anything. The two of them sized up Zi Chen and watched as the geniuses gathered in front of Zi Chen. Apart from the excitement of meeting friends, these people all had looks of admiration on their faces. "I'm suddenly curious about what happened in the prefecture realm," Shuntian Prefecture Lord said. "You should have been curious a long time ago," the scholarly man said. The scholarly cultivator said, "Here's the reason why the Manor Realm forcefully raised a city's ranking by 20 places against the rules." "Oh, there's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it?" Shuntian Prefecture Lord asked curiously. The scholarly man smiled but did not say anything. "All right, now is not the time to reminisce. The other side is still waiting. If they get angry and disqualify us, we will lose more than we gain." Wu Xie interrupted everyone's reminiscing. They had not been in a hurry earlier because Zi Chen had not come. Now that Zi Chen was here, they were full of confidence about their upcoming trip to the small world. That was why they were anxious. When the guard learned of Zi Chen's identity before entering the city, he tactfully did not continue to stop them. When the group returned to the square again, Zi Chen, who had appeared, undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. It was obvious that the token had flown away because of him. Soon after, many experts left. Even the favorites to win the championship, Shuntian Dao and Fortune Teller, left happily. When they saw Zi Chen, everyone sized him up carefully. Under the gaze of the demon token, Zi Chen walked up to the high platform, took out the token, and said, "Zi Chen from Hupping City." Although they had already guessed it, the expressions of the other domain realm cultivators changed when they heard it. It turned out that he was Zi Chen. Among those of the same level, Zi Chen had defeated Shuntian Dao and Fortune Teller. He had obtained great fortune in the prefectural realm. He was the main reason why Hupping City's ranking had risen to more than 60 places. Now, he was exuding the aura of a peak 4th stage domain realm. Although Zi Chen's cultivation level was obviously the lowest among the contestants, no one dared to underestimate him. Demon Token looked at Zi Chen with a rare smile of appreciation. He stepped forward and patted Zi Chen on the shoulder. "You are Zi Chen. Kid, I heard that you did something amazing in the prefectural realm. Zichen replied modestly, Sir, you flatter me. I just did my duty. It's really nothing amazing. Demon Token laughed heartily. Haha, what a good duty. I like that. Kid, you are my type. I hope you can do your duty this time. Envy and jealousy appeared on the faces of the onlookers who had looked down on the contestants from afar when they heard Demon Token's words. Obviously, to be so highly regarded by Mo Ling, no matter what happened next, the young man named Zichen would be able to do well in Shuntian Prefecture. If he was lucky enough to become one of Mo Ling's direct subordinates, then his future would be limitless. It was rumored that Demon Token had the highest chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm and becoming the next prefectural master. As for his direct subordinates, their futures were naturally limitless. As the contestants returned to their positions, a small world opened in front of the high platform. The tokens on the contestants' bodies started to glow. Then, the teams disappeared one by one. The 5 tokens were connected to each other. When they appeared in the small world, each team would stay together. Chapter 1557. The small world was already connected to the restriction on the square. As the restriction opened, a beam of light rushed out of the small world and enveloped the 540 cultivators present. When the light disappeared, the cultivators disappeared as well. It was your idea to open this small world. Why did you suddenly decide to attack? The mansion master, who had been watching the crowd disappear, asked. The elegant middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, It's better to investigate the situation while the variables are still active. The mansion master was puzzled. Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy by doing this again and again? A mere 4th-stage domain cultivator is like an ant struggling to survive. Who cares? That makes sense. In their eyes, a 4th domain was indeed an existence that was akin to an ant. All the cultivators who participated in the competition entered the small world. There was nothing else to watch, so everyone prepared to leave. It was obvious that this grand competition was not as interesting as before because they could not see anything at all. The 9-meter-tall platform did not disappear, and Mo Ling did not leave either. He waved his sleeve in the air. Immediately after, exclamations came from all around. A huge light screen appeared in the sky, and 540 cultivators appeared in 108 positions on the light screen. What's going on? Didn't he say that there was no way to investigate? Lord Mo Ling said it himself. How can we see those people now? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. When they turned around and saw Mo Ling with a smile on his face, they realized that this was also a test. 108 cities, 540 cultivators. They were being monitored from every angle. Their every move was being watched by the people of the world. The moment the light screen appeared in Shuntian Prefecture, 108 huge light screens also appeared in the 108 cities under Shuntian Prefecture's jurisdiction. This light screen appeared above the center of the city. It was very large, and not only could everyone in the city see it, but some cultivators who could not enter the city could also see it from outside the city. Everyone knew that this was the start of the grand competition. However, the light screen above each city only showed the 5 people in their own city, unlike the one in Shuntian Prefecture that showed all directions. Look, what's that? In Hupping City, a person exclaimed after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. Aren't those people from our city? That's Zichen. Zichen, it's Zichen. Zichen is back. Exclamations kept ringing out in the city like waves. Hearing that the hero Zichen had appeared, almost all the cultivators from the various organizations in the city appeared. They gathered in Hupping City and looked up at the black-robed young man on the screen. Ling Xing spat out the tea in his mouth onto Lord Wu's face, but he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he turned around and stared at the newcomer, asking, Are you sure it's Zichen? You're not mistaken. Lord Wu couldn't be bothered to wipe the water off his face. He hurriedly asked, Did you see it clearly? That was really Zichen. The man bowed again and said respectfully, Of course, there's no mistake. Besides Zichen, there's also Wu Xie, Man Shu, Shangguan Hong, and Miss Dongqing. After the report, when the man raised his head again, he discovered that there was no one there. The two of them appeared outside Hunter's castle in a flash. They saw the familiar figure as soon as they raised their heads. They rubbed their eyes and looked at it carefully several times. Even with their composure, they could not help but cheer along with the wave-like sounds. The upper echelons who came later all became extremely excited when they saw Zichen. With Zichen's appearance, even if Hupping City's ranking fell this time, it definitely wouldn't fall too badly. Meanwhile, Hupping City's ranking could be considered to have been preserved. Afterwards, it would have to be accumulated from generation to generation. In the screen, the five of them appeared on a mountain. Zichen's voice rang out as well, "Send the Aurora Pegasus to investigate the surroundings." Dongqing nodded, and the Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream and left. "What happened back then? Where have you been all these years?" Shangguan Hong asked urgently. The other three also looked at Zichen. Zichen sighed and said, "That world collapsed at that time, but the four of us are still alive. That guy died after the world collapsed. The four of us gathered together to resist the destructive power surging in the void. In the end, the three big brothers sacrificed themselves and forcefully opened a passage for me. I entered the passage, and after that, I've been recuperating." During this time, Zichen paused for a moment to omit the rest of the story. This was because what he had done was not trivial, and he was afraid that the other party would find out. To prevent the others from probing further, Zichen changed the topic and asked, "By the way, aren't we participating in the competition? Why are we here? What is this place?" Shangguan Hong explained it to Zichen. The group of Hupping City cultivators could hear their conversation. They had already stopped cheering and were quietly listening to the conversation between the five of them. This was the first time many of the cultivators heard Zichen's voice, so they were extremely excited. The group of people who had entered the small world did not know that they were being watched by billions of cultivators in the entire Mana realm. This kind of competition is quite interesting. After hearing the rules, Zichen chuckled and said, "This way, everyone will have a lot more chances. If we're lucky enough, our cities might even rank higher." "That's true, but it won't be that easy." Beside him, Wu Xie pursed his lips and said, "The Demon Edict only said that we can't fight to the death, but it didn't say that we can't fight. Everyone might be well behaved now, but in the future, I'm afraid that there will be civil wars one after another." The people of Hupping City did not know who the Demon Edict was, so they were not surprised when they heard what Wu Xie said. However, in the Shuntian prefecture, many cultivators instinctively looked at the Demon Edict on the high platform when they heard his name being called. Looking at the Demon Edict with a faint smile, all of them secretly prayed for that blabbermouth guy. The Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream of light and returned, reporting that there were no abnormalities. Since there were no abnormalities here, Zichen and the others did not stay any longer and continued on their way. While Zichen and the others were investigating the small world, the other forces were doing the same. During this time, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City, whose cities had dropped in ranking, were moving forward. One of them said coldly, "Didn't they say that Zichen died a long time ago? I didn't expect him to appear again." "So what? This time, I guarantee that he won't be able to return," said another person beside him. "I'm afraid that won't work. If there's any danger, he'll crush the life escape token," said a third person. The first person said, "Even if we can't kill him, we'll make Hupping City's ranking drop greatly this time. If that doesn't work, we'll contact other forces. After all, we're not the only force that wants a share of the pie in Hupping City." The leader, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently, "All right, stop talking. The most important thing now is to find out if there's anything strange about this place." Apart from the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City who mentioned Hupping City and Zichen's name, many other forces mentioned Zichen's name. During this time, many people did not suppress their dissatisfaction and killing intent towards Hupping City. This was equivalent to spying on the other party's secrets and gossip. This made all the cultivators extremely curious. During this time, some merchants even built a platform on their roofs for the cultivators who liked to gossip to drink and watch. Finally, a force was attacked. It was a strange-looking mutated beast whose combat power was almost equivalent to the third domain realm. However, it was still able to launch several attacks against a fifth domain realm human. But as the mutated beast was killed, a ball of light floated out of the corpse. The word 1 appeared on the qualification token of the cultivator who killed the mutated beast. Only 1 point. After killing an existence that was much stronger than an ordinary third domain realm human, the counter actually only increased by 1 point. This made the cultivator extremely depressed. As the forces went deeper, more and more battles broke out. Then, the cultivators who wanted to gossip saw the powerful combat power of the 540 cultivators participating in the competition. They were indeed special existences in the various cities. Their combat power was very strong. Among them, the most eye-catching forces were naturally the forces ranked at the top. They were also at the fifth domain, but they were almost instantly killed by the third domain mutated beasts. Boom! The ground shook as the mutated beasts attacked with great momentum. Zichen's group of 5, who were encountering mutated beasts for the first time, was very lucky to encounter a group of mutated beasts. Looking at the mutated beasts rapidly approaching from afar, Mancha smiled good-naturedly and said, "Why do I feel like I'm seeing a mutated beast's mount?" Wu Xie, who was beside him, said, "Yes, the appearance of those mutated beasts back then was just like this." The 2 women beside him did not speak, and their expressions gradually became solemn. These mutated beasts were indeed very similar to the mutated beasts of the Netherrealm, but the latter was obviously much stronger. "Your senses are not wrong, because they are indeed mutated beasts," Zichen said with a cold smile as he looked at the mutated beasts. "What? They are all mutated beasts?" The 4 of them were obviously stunned. Zichen said with certainty, "My senses are not wrong. They have the power of mutated beasts in their bodies. They are mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. Kill, don't let a single one of them go." At that moment, Zichen suddenly remembered Mo Ling's words. He hoped that he would do his best to fulfill his responsibility. Zichen had some doubts at that time, but now he understood. This small world was probably another world created by the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts that Zichen mentioned had caused a commotion in the outside world. Those who had entered the domain realm more or less knew about the existence of the mutated beasts. This was a cruel and bloodthirsty race. Their only purpose in appearing in the Zhanwu continent was to kill, as if they wanted to exterminate all living things in the world. They looked at the high platform again. Standing there, Mo Ling's gaze fell on Hu Pingqing's group of 5, but he did not say a word. Zichen's group of 5 rushed up and began to launch fierce attacks on the large group of mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. The 5 of them all had extraordinary combat strength and also had the means to kill instantly. Zichen, Mancha, and Wu Xie all killed one mutated beast at a time. Chapter 1558. The ground trembled as the exotic beasts charged forward. Their eyes were filled with madness. Their 4 claws clawed at the ground, scooping up large chunks of soil. As the soil churned, the exotic beasts surged forward like a flood. Zichen took the lead and charged toward the army of exotic beasts. His body emitted lightning as he displayed his Thunder King physique, which had reached the limit of 4 stars. His figure swept out and punched out. Dazzling lightning flashed between heaven and earth. The most ferocious exotic beast in the lead had its head smashed by Zichen's punch. Even though its head was smashed, its momentum didn't decrease. It slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake as a huge gully appeared. The exotic beast's corpse drew a gully of more than 10 meters before it stopped. After killing an exotic beast, Zichen's figure flashed as he charged into the group of exotic beasts. The other exotic beasts didn't stop as they charged forward crazily. With another punch, Zichen killed another exotic beast. His figure flashed and disappeared again. At this moment, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and powerful strength, easily killing the exotic beasts. At the same time, the group of exotic beasts couldn't get close to him. Mancha's body emitted a dark light. He was like a moving mountain as he charged toward the exotic beasts. With every step he took, the entire world would tremble. With a series of bangs, the exotic beasts were sent flying by Mancha. Wu Xie followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to kill the exotic beasts that had lost their balance but didn't die. He killed one with a single strike. Swoosh. Swoosh. Light streaked across the sky in front of Dongqing, charging toward the exotic beasts like bolts of lightning. As a beast tamer, Dongqing used his spiritual sense to attack. His spiritual sense entered the minds of the exotic beasts and destroyed their souls. The exotic beasts that had leaped into the air to launch an attack lost their aim when they landed on the ground due to the lack of vitality. They fell in other directions, some even crashing into each other. Shangguan Hong stood in the air, emitting a bright green light. She stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. Green dots of light fell toward the exotic beasts like seeds of life. The green light landed on the exotic beast's body and entered its body. After that, the powerful life force within the exotic beast's body rapidly weakened. The seed did not grow into a giant tree. After the strange beast's life force was completely exhausted, the green light spot, which had grown several times in size, floated out and headed straight for Shangguan Hong. She put it away again. As soon as the battle began, the strange beasts died one after another. In a short period of time, corpses were strewn all over the place. The powerful strength displayed by Hu Pingcheng's five-man group also caused a sensation in Shuntian Prefecture. A quarter of an hour later, the charging beasts were all annihilated. Lines of points began to appear on the five people's tokens. There were at least a few hundred points. Among the 108 teams, Zichen's team was the first to encounter a group of exotic beasts, and their harvest was also the greatest. While Man Shi and Wu Xie were cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. After flashing a few times like this, Zichen stood in the air and punched the ground. The air shook, and a lightning-like fist of lightning slammed into the ground with a loud bang. Boom! The ground shook, and the sound traveled over 10 kilometers. The fist of light blasted a huge crater in the ground, and at the bottom of the crater, a mournful roar rang out. Zichen's figure flashed, and he entered the crater. A moment later, he rushed out with a beast corpse in his hand. This was an exotic beast with a fourth-layer battle prowess. It could be considered the leader of the group of exotic beasts from before, but it had been hiding underground and had not launched an attack. With a swipe of his hand, the beast corpse's head was split open, and a glowing diamond-shaped crystal appeared. This is it. Zichen picked up the crystal and examined it. Earlier, he had been able to detect the other party's tracks precisely because he had sensed the existence of this diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal did not belong to the exotic beast itself. It was forcibly implanted by an external force. Using his spiritual sense to sense the crystal, Zichen actually saw a route that looked like a map. Man Shi and the others came later. When they saw the diamond-shaped crystal in Zichen's hand, they asked curiously, "What is this?" "Take a look." Zichen handed the crystal to Man Shi. The latter took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Immediately, his eyes widened and he said, "There's a map route in here." Then, Man Shi handed the crystal to the others. When they found out the route, their expressions changed slightly. Why is there such a thing in its body? Shangguan Hong's eyes were filled with confusion. These guys are stupid and stupid. They don't know anything other than fighting. It must be the work of the exotic beasts. As for this route, it should be their patrol route, Man Shi said casually. The others looked at Zichen, habitually waiting for him to make a decision. Zichen said, "No matter what it is, since we found it, we have to go and take a look." Then, they followed the map's guidance and headed to the last marked place. Just as Zichen discovered the rhombus-shaped crystal, the other factions also encountered the horde of exotic beasts, and a series of intense battles broke out. Then, they found the leader of the exotic beasts. After killing it, they obtained the same diamond-shaped crystal from its body. Just like the one Zichen obtained, there was a root in each of these diamond-shaped crystals. Therefore, the group of forces headed to the place marked on the map in the diamond-shaped crystal. While they were moving forward, Shangguan Hong suddenly pointed at a certain place and said, "Look, what is that?" The others turned their heads and saw a half-naked black object. Man Shi dashed over and dug the object out of the ground. His expression immediately changed. It's a broken weapon. This weapon should be quite old. The spiritual power in it had been lost, and the surface was rusty. It could be considered a piece of junk. After carefully examining the weapon, Zichen said in a low voice, "This is a weapon used by humans. They died less than 500 years ago." What? Hearing Zichen's words, the others were shocked. Wu Xie asked, "Are you sure?" Zichen explained, the exotic beasts were all experts. The weapons they used had special abilities that made it almost impossible for them to corrode. Look here, it was obviously broken by force. Moreover, it was broken by a beast's claw. The quality of this weapon was not high before. At best, it was a domain weapon used by the first or second layer of the domain realm. After the spirit in it was broken, it would become like this in a few hundred years. Could it be that someone accidentally entered this place and was killed by the exotic beasts here? Mansha said. Let's look around and find out. The 5 of them spread out and searched for other things that might appear. After a while, the 5 of them gathered again. Each of them had a broken domain weapon in their hands. After seeing the broken pieces of the weapons, Wu Xie said, "It seems that there was more than one person who came here. Perhaps a group of adventurers accidentally discovered this place, but all of them died here." Zichen did not jump to conclusions. There were still many things he did not understand. The group continued to move forward. Naturally, they would find some broken weapons along the way. 4 hours later, the group arrived at the place recorded on the rhombus-shaped crystal. It was a huge open area. The smell of exotic beasts lingered in the air. Obviously, they had been here all this time. "There's nothing here," Wu Xie said, looking at the empty area in front of him. Zichen held the rhombus-shaped crystal and walked forward. The others behind him looked on in confusion. After walking for about 300 meters, Zichen seemed to have triggered a restriction. His figure disappeared without a trace. "There's nothing here." The few of them were startled. After exchanging glances, Mansha flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Zichen disappeared. He continued to move forward, but he did not find anything. Mansha walked back and forth in the place where Zichen disappeared, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. In the outside world, the cultivators from Shuntian Prefecture and Hupping City also noticed this scene. They also had strange expressions on their faces. It was obvious that it was a very advanced restriction, and the rhombus-shaped crystal was the key to triggering it. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly surged out from beside Mansha. Mansha was shocked and instinctively retreated. Wherever the energy passed, the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. The illusory scene disappeared and the real scene appeared. Zichen's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The power around him slowly retracted. It was him who had broken the restriction. When they looked in front of Zichen, they were all stunned. 10 meters away from Zichen, the ground was covered with corpses. Some of the corpses still had flesh and blood, while others only had skeletons left. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 100 corpses. These 100 corpses formed a huge circle in front of them. Wisps of energy floated out from their corpses. These wisps of energy seemed to be attracted by something, and they went straight to the huge circle. In the center of the circle, there was a pool of clear liquid. How could this be? Walking in front of Zichen, the 4 of them looked at the incomplete corpses at close range. Their faces were filled with shock. That liquid is the remaining energy of these dead people. Could it be, that's the source of their energy? After feeling the pure energy from the clear liquid, Mansha's expression changed. He lost his composure and asked. After the restriction was broken, the air flowed again. Some of the eerie white bones turned into ashes when they came in contact with the air and disappeared. The energy of the corpses of experts was completely exhausted and turned into ashes. It would take more than 1,000 years for this to happen. There were too many corpses here, and they were divided into different stages. Some of the corpses were still intact, and it seemed that they were only 200 years old. Could it be that this is also a training ground? The 4 of them couldn't help but guess. In the outside world, after Zichen broke the restriction, the scene here was completely magnified. Seeing so many corpses, there was an uproar. The surroundings were in an uproar. Mo Ling silently looked at the magnified image. His indifferent eyes seemed to have become colder. Then, the uproar turned into exclamations of surprise. As Zi Chen and the others approached the crystal, the other forces also arrived one after another. It was completely different from what they had imagined. All the rhombus-shaped crystals were independent and could lead to a place that belonged to them. Chapter 1559. When the restriction was broken, the first thing everyone saw was the corpses that formed a circle. Then, they saw the source of power in the middle of the corpses. After a rough calculation, they found that more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators had died. Using more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators' corpses to create one source of power after another. How extravagant! There must be some kind of large-scale conversion array under the area covered by the corpses. The source of power is the purest power in the world. It can be absorbed without refining. Normally, the source of power is calculated in droplets. I didn't expect a small pool to appear. These people are really lucky. Yes, the source of power can help to improve one's strength. These people are really lucky. After the shock, only envy was left in everyone's eyes. This was because the source of power was really good stuff. After more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators died, there were more than 100 pools of power formed by the source of power. The people outside were envious. Take these things away first. Zi Chen's gaze fell on the source of power with a calm expression. We have to take them away quickly. The plundering array below is too powerful. I just stood there for a while, and I feel that the power in my body is somewhat unstable. Man Shi retreated. Shong Guanhong went forward to take the source of power, while Zi Chen shot out a ray of power light. The light fell on the corpses, and in the next moment, the corpses turned into ashes. This could be considered as dust to dust, and dust to dust. All of you, back off. I'm going to destroy the array below. Zi Chen gestured for the others to back off quickly, while he soared into the sky. A sheathed black saber appeared in his hand. When the black saber was unsheathed, rays of saber light swept in all directions. The saber light pierced deep into the ground, and in the next moment, the ground shook with a destructive sound. The underground array was destroyed by Zi Chen's saber. This place might have something to do with the alien race, so Zi Chen would not leave the array, and naturally, the source of power would not be left behind. Are we going to go deeper now? After destroying the array, Zi Chen walked over. Man Shi asked. No, let's go to the periphery, Zi Chen said. We just came in from the periphery. Why are we going to the periphery again? They were puzzled. There should be more similar formations in the periphery. Let's go look for them. This place was very similar to the holy burial ground that Zi Chen had entered back in the martial heaven continent. The people who died there would lose all their blood, and their vitality would be absorbed by the underground formation. After that, the formation would transform them and gather them in a certain place. Back then, the two demon sovereigns had relied on the life force to become extremely powerful. This place was clearly similar to the holy burial ground, but it was not as grand as the holy burial ground. There was only a small portion of the array formation here. The dead human cultivators needed to be brought here by the strange beasts, and then led into the array formation by the strange beasts. While Zi Chen was destroying the formation, Shun Tiandao, Destiny Teller, Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and the others also decisively destroyed the underground formation in several other locations. Although they didn't know who set up the formation, this kind of behavior that didn't even let go of the corpse was really against human nature. If someone tried to destroy it, there would naturally be others willing to protect it. Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City also discovered this place. He didn't care about the other four's feelings and immediately flashed into the source of power, beginning to absorb the power within. Seeing this, the four of them didn't say anything. Beside Jin Qingcheng, a person from the Jin family glanced at Jin Qingcheng. The latter frowned slightly and slowly shook her head. After Yi Ming finished absorbing the source of power, he opened his eyes in satisfaction and smiled. This source of power is indeed extremely pure. A cultivator from the Yi family said, of course, this has been transformed by a complicated formation. Yi Ming's eyes lit up and asked, "Can you remember this formation?" The cultivator from the Yi family was stunned. "Remember this formation for what? Idiot, of course it's to build a new one. Shuntian Prefecture doesn't have much, but we have a lot of people. If we get this formation and use it, how can our realm not improve quickly? With the help of the endless source of power, our realm will increase greatly. Sooner or later, we will surpass Shuntian City and become the first city in Shuntian Prefecture," Yi Ming said proudly. Hearing this, Jin Qingcheng couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. The cultivator from the Jin family glanced at Yi Ming and turned to leave with Jin Qingcheng. HMPH, a woman's heart. Those who want to achieve great things shouldn't care about small things. Yi Ming looked at Jin Qingcheng, who left, and snorted coldly. "What about these corpses?" Yi Ming walked out of the empty circle and asked the cultivator just now. Yi Ming glanced at the corpses in disdain and said coldly, "They don't deserve to be called my comrade. Just leave the corpses here. The next time we come, there might be a new source of power. Oh right, there might be a second source of power here. Let's go look for it again." Yi Ming, who was walking forward, couldn't help but laugh. "If we can find more of these things, my realm can be improved again." Yi Ming's words were not suppressed. The cultivators from Shuntian Prefecture heard it, and all the cultivators in Golden Leaf City also saw and heard it. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. Many cultivators in Golden Leaf City only felt disappointed. However, in Shuntian Prefecture, because there were 107 other forces competing with each other, Yi Ming's actions were even more disappointing. Now, everyone finally understood Mo Ling's painstaking efforts. Obviously, they thought very highly of these people, but they didn't know their character. They didn't tell them before so that they could act according to their wishes. Undoubtedly, Yi Ming's actions were extremely disappointing. He could only stay in Golden Leaf City for the rest of his life. At the same time, many forces made the same choice as Yi Ming in Golden Leaf City. Such people were no longer worthy of Shuntian Prefecture's attention. Everything was as Zi Chen had guessed. There were still many sources of power here. As they had not refined and were only searching, the 5 of them were the fastest. They used the shortest amount of time to find the 5 sources of power. After collecting them, Zi Chen did not hesitate to destroy the 5 formations, and then let the human corpses return to the earth. The source of power is a good thing. You guys refine it here first, but be careful. I'll go to other places to see if there are other gains. After putting down a source of power that had just been collected, Zi Chen was ready to leave. "I'll go with you," Man Shi said as he stood up. "No, I can do it alone. This thing has harmed many people. Although it's now ours, it's still a scourge. We should find it as soon as possible and destroy it." After saying that, Zi Chen left. Hu Pingcheng's group of 5 was the first to find the source of power. In addition, Zi Chen decisively destroyed the formations and dealt with the corpses. Therefore, many people in Shuntian Prefecture were paying attention to Zi Chen's group of 5. Looking at Zi Chen, the leader, and then looking at Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City, many people shook their heads. Putting aside the strength of the two, the difference in character was too big. Zi Chen flew at an extremely fast speed, and during this time, the number on the counter kept increasing. Apart from that, Zi Chen also found 2 other sources of power. In total, the 5 of them found 8 sources of power. The other forces had also discovered that there were several hundred sources of power in total. Moreover, nearly 1 million domain realm cultivators had died in the past few thousand years. 1 million domain realm cultivators had been killed just like that, but there was no news of their disappearance. While the crowd was in an uproar, they were also trying to recall when a large number of domain realm cultivators had disappeared. However, in the past thousands of years, many places for domain realm cultivators to explore had appeared, so they really could not remember. In the peripheral area, all the forces had gained a lot and obtained a lot of points. During this period, no one had died. It could be seen that the cultivators who came to participate in the competition this time were all extraordinary. Roar. With a roar, Zi Chen once again encountered a 4th stage mutated beast. Each of the fourth-level exotic beasts that he had killed earlier had a crystal in their body. With a powerful blow, the earth trembled. The exotic beast was directly cut in half by Zichen. However, there was nothing else except that the counter on the token increased by 10 points. Just as Zichen was puzzled, a gust of wind surged in the forest, and a powerful aura approached from afar. Zichen turned around and saw an exotic beast the size of a small mountain. The exotic beast's aura was equivalent to a fifth-level domain realm cultivator, and its pair of cold eyes stared at Zichen. Zichen turned back to look at the big guy, and the latter raised its claws. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a deep claw print was left on the spot where he had been standing. It was deeply imprinted into the ground, and the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking could be heard. After dodging the attack, Zichen flashed and appeared beside the exotic beast. He clenched his fist and punched at the exotic beast. Bang! The exotic beast's tail swept towards Zichen, knocking him back in the air. The fifth-level exotic beast's reaction was very fast, and its attack was extremely sharp. Its physical body was also very strong. Zichen did not gain any advantage in the continuous attack. Thunder King's meteorite fist. A loud roar resounded between heaven and earth. A fist radiance that looked like a meteorite appeared in the void and attacked the fifth-level exotic beast with great power. Boom! The ancient trees in the forest instantly exploded, and a ripple of energy spread out. Everything in its path was turned into dust. The fifth-level exotic beast's huge body flew backward. This attack directly broke the exotic beast's defense, but it did not kill it. The exotic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it had not dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment, it would have died. However, the exotic beast had just escaped a few hundred meters when a bright blade light appeared behind it. The blade light approached from afar and swept past the exotic beast in an instant. Puff! This powerful exotic beast was cut in half by Zichen's blade. Chapter 1560. Zichen picked up the diamond-shaped crystal and sized it up. This crystal was larger than the others. When he probed it with his spiritual senses, he found a root engraved on it. However, the end of the root was broken, like a fragment that needed to be pieced together. It was not complete. Zichen was a little confused. He began to return to the place where the four of them were refining the sources of power. As for Zichen himself, he threw all the power contained in the two sources of power into his own world. In Zichen's domain world, there was a pool formed by the sources of power. In the center of the pool, a void tree took root in the void. Its roots extended to the source of power and began to absorb and refine the power. Seeing the four of them, Zichen showed the diamond-shaped fragment to them. Seeing the broken root, the four of them naturally did not understand. After refining the sources of power, the five of them decided to go to the place where the diamond-shaped crystal pointed. Because they had refined many sources of power, Zichen's advantage was slowly slipping away. This was a dense forest. Thousands of miles away from the forest, at the end of the forest, a faction had appeared. There were 5 people in this force, led by a young leader in armor. He suddenly stopped and took out a rather large diamond-shaped crystal. Looking ahead, he said in surprise, "Why is there no path?" The others were startled and went forward to check. Sure enough, the root on the diamond-shaped crystal stopped here. Is there another restriction? After that, the 5 of them looked around for any suspicious places. However, after searching for 15 minutes, they found nothing. Just as the 5 of them were about to leave in disappointment, they saw another team coming out of the forest. When the two sides met, they were wary of each other. Both sides had the same number of people and were at the 6th heaven of the domain realm. However, the leader of the later force was a small realm lower than the leader of the opposite force. They stopped far away, and the leader held a diamond-shaped crystal of the same size in his hand. After seeing the 5 people in front of him, he put away the diamond-shaped crystal vigilantly and stared at the 5 people in front of him. The two forces stared at each other without saying a word. The silence was broken by the other forces. The leader cupped his fists and said, "I am Yang Ji from Yanbo Castle. May I ask where you are from?" Yanbo Castle had been killed by the people of Hupping City in the prefecture world, and its ranking had dropped by 10 places. Oh, so you're from Yanbo Castle. We're from Huayuan City. I'm Wu Chengde. The leader of Huayuan City cupped his fists and replied. Huayuan City was ranked 58th among the 108 cities in Shuntian Prefecture, much higher than Yanbo Castle. However, Wu Chengde's tone was very polite. Since you came first, friend, we'll go by first come, first served. Friend, please go ahead. I'll take my leave now. Flamepole once again clasped his hands in salute, then turned to leave. Wait. Wu Chengde waved his hand. What? Could it be that the few of you want to fight? Yang Ji's gaze instantly turned cold. The auras of the other 4 surged as they prepared for battle. Both sides were at 6th-stage domain, so there was not much difference between their realms. If they really fought, no one would be afraid of the other. Obviously, everyone had grasped the loophole in Mo Ling's words. As long as they did not fight to the death, they could still fight and rob each other. Brother Yang, you've misunderstood. I have a doubt in my mind, and I'd like to ask you to verify it. Wu Chengde walked forward, waving his hand to signal the other 4 not to follow him. What do you want to ask, Brother Wu? Surprise flashed in Yang Ji's eyes, and his expression softened. Brother Yang, may I ask if your rhombus-shaped crystal was cut off here? Wu Chengde asked directly. Yang Ji looked at Wu Chengde, who smiled faintly without any malice. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ji nodded and said, that's right. The route was forcefully stopped here. As I expected. Wu Chengde heaved a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Yang Ji did not understand. If I'm not wrong, the diamond-shaped crystal in our hands should be a part of the route. Only when we put them together will we have the complete route. Wu Chengde did not hide anything. Yang Ji immediately understood. He had encountered such a situation before, so he was not surprised. He then asked, if that's the case, Brother Wu, if you trust me, can you take out the crystals and compare them? Wu Chengde naturally would not refuse. 2 diamond-shaped crystals of the same size could be put together. However, there were only 2 of them, so there was nothing to see. The 2 of them put away the crystals. Yang Ji said, now we can only wait patiently. That's right. I just hope they can come soon. Without any conflict of interest, the 2 forces had become partners. Therefore, the atmosphere between them was less tense, and they chatted happily. An hour later, the 3rd force arrived. The 3rd force was also vigilant when they first arrived. However, after Wu Chengde took the initiative to express his goodwill and compared the diamond-shaped crystals, the 3 forces gradually became familiar with each other and waited quietly for the others to arrive. They had gathered 3 diamond-shaped crystals, but they were still not complete. According to the empty space, there should be 2 more crystals. This time, they waited for a full 2 hours before the carrier of the 4th crystal arrived. The other party was the 51st ranked force, Chili City. The 4 forces gathered and after greeting each other, they began to put the diamond-shaped crystals together. The front and back were the same size, and only the last crystal was left to complete the map. Among the 4 forces, Chili City was undoubtedly ranked the highest. The leader, Li Luo, looked at the others with a hint of arrogance. However, if they were to fight, no one was afraid of each other. This was because the people who came were all at the 6th stage domain realm. They were the strongest under the rules of the competition. I wonder which force got the last crystal. It's been so long since they came. I'm not sure if they got it or not. Everyone chatted, and the content was all about the crystals. As for other things, they did not mention a single word. However, when Li Luo arrived, his expression was full of arrogance. He went straight to Yanbo Castle's sore spot. I heard that Yanbo Castle's ranking in the domain realm dropped by 10 places because of Hu Pingcheng, who was at the end of the 10,000 years. I wonder if it's true. This was a humiliation to Yanbo Castle. Mentioning it again was equivalent to slapping them in the face. However, Yanji did not look unhappy. He just smiled faintly and admitted, that's right. We were careless back then and suffered quite a bit. Just as everyone was surprised by Yenji's honesty, Yenji changed the topic and said coldly, however, This time, we will not be careless. Those 5 from Hu Pingcheng will definitely pay the price. Wu Chengde kindly reminded him, I heard that Zi Chen can even suppress those titled. The 4 people beside him are not weak either. If they really fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them. Yanji smiled and said nonchalantly, if we were at the same level, I would turn around and leave when I see the people from Hu Pingcheng. However, what level are they at now? The highest is only level 5. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Luo said coldly with an arrogant expression, if we meet, I'd like to see what the genius leader of the 108 cities is capable of. I wonder if he's as boastful as the outside world says. Just like that, the 4 forces began to talk about Hu Pingcheng. There was no respect in their words at all. Back then, Zi Chen had led 98 people. Hu Pingcheng had 6 people. Apart from that, there were also several people from the other cities that were ranked at the top. Therefore, the leaders of the 108 cities that were mentioned by the outside world were not specific. This was because many forces were not qualified to participate. Coincidentally, none of the 4 forces present had chosen an expert. Therefore, they didn't believe the rumors that came after. After waiting for a very, very long time, the 5th force finally arrived. The people from the 5th force walked out of the dense forest. As the 4 forces turned around, they were all stunned when they saw the people who had arrived. Back then, at the plaza outside Shuntian Prefecture, the 5 people from Hu Pingcheng had received a lot of attention. At this moment, when they saw the 5th force, they recognized the 5 people at a glance. Coincidentally, they were the 5 people that they had been talking about earlier. Hey! There are so many people. Are they waiting for us? Man Shu exclaimed when he saw the 4 forces in front of him. Zi Chen's gaze swept across the 20 people one by one. He said indifferently, to be precise, they should be waiting for our diamond-shaped crystal. As he spoke, Zi Chen took out the crystal. He did not suppress his words. Everyone from the 4 forces heard him. Wu Chengde smiled and praised, as expected of Zi Chen. You're really smart. That's right. We're waiting for the 5th force, and we're also waiting for the crystal. When the 5 pieces of crystal are put together, the real map will appear. Zi Chen nodded and walked forward. Man Shu and the other 3 prepared to follow him. Zi Chen waved his hand and signaled them to stop. Seeing Zi Chen walk forward alone, the leaders of the 4 forces also walked forward. During this time, the 2 sides did not talk. Zi Chen, who was walking forward, seemed to have sprained his ankle. His body swayed slightly. 3 of the 4 people's eyes flashed. They seemed a little nervous. I'm the only one missing. I think everyone has already discussed how to distribute it. Zi Chen was a little uncomfortable with the silent atmosphere. He took the initiative to speak. It's not really a discussion. It's just a gentleman's agreement. Each of us will take a share, said Li Kuei. Gentleman. Not bad. I like this name. Moreover, the distribution is reasonable. Zi Chen smiled. His smile was somewhat meaningful. After a short conversation, Zi Chen walked together with the 4 people. The 5 people did not talk nonsense. They took out 5 pieces of crystal and put them together. The 5 pieces of crystal successfully combined, bursting out a dazzling light. The crystal slowly floated in the air, and the broken map began to connect. The crystal stones were real, and the roadmap would be completed soon. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. A cold light flashed in Yang Ji's eyes. He took the opportunity to attack Zi Chen's glabella. Puff! Zi Chen's glabella was pierced, and his body fell backward. Chapter 1561. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the 4 of them arrived, there was no verbal communication, but they had a clear division of labor. Yang Ji launched an attack, and Zi Chen was pierced between his eyebrows. Li Ruo went to snatch Zi Chen's diamond-shaped crystal, while the other 3 went to get their own diamond-shaped crystals. During this time, they didn't communicate with words, but it was important to remember that apart from words, they also had spiritual thoughts. Hupping City. I didn't expect it to really be Hupping City. This was the first spiritual thought that sounded after Zi Chen's group of 5 appeared. It came from Wu Chengde. It's fate that we met. Everyone, I'm very interested in Hupping City's ranking. What do you think? Yang Ji sent out a second spiritual thought. We don't care about Hupping City's ranking. Don't ruin things. We'll talk about it after we gather the crystals, Li Ruo said coldly. This was the third one. The crystals are of course the most important. We still need to discuss this matter with everyone. After all, we should have suffered some losses in taking down Hupping City's people. We need everyone to work together. You're quite the schemer. You want us to be your hired thugs. Li Ruo sneered. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't want Hupping City's share. I only want the ranking. After a short exchange of words, the four forces finished their discussion. Then, Yang Ji volunteered to be the first to attack. The cultivators from Hupping City and Shuntian Prefecture exclaimed when they saw Zi Chen fall after a sneak attack. A gentleman's agreement. What nonsense. What a bunch of despicable and shameless villains. 6th stage against 4th stage, and they even used a sneak attack. This Zi Chen is probably dead. What kind of world is this? That Zi Chen actually foolishly believed in a gentleman's agreement. He deserved to be sneak attacked. For a moment, all kinds of voices were heard. Seeing this, Mo Ling curled his lips and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting. Beside the prefecture master, the elegant middle-aged man who had been watching this scene chuckled. The curses that resounded in Shuntian Prefecture and Hupping City stopped abruptly. Then, an even louder cry rang out. On the screen, Yang Ji of Yanbo Castle's head suddenly left his body. His sneer and complacent expression instantly froze. He had only managed to grab the crystal that belonged to him, but in the next moment, he felt himself flying up, and then he saw a very familiar headless corpse spurting out blood. While he was still in shock, he saw a figure that should have fallen behind the headless corpse. The figure was holding a saber in his hand, a saber that flickered with a cold light. Damn it, it's Zi Chen. He cursed angrily, but could only watch as Zi Chen took the crystal that belonged to him from his hand. Swoosh. Afterward, a dazzling light flashed. In the instant that Yang Ji lost consciousness, the medallion on his body exploded, and he was forcibly teleported to the outside world. His entry token fell out, and there were 200 luck points in it. This scene also happened very quickly, so quickly that it was inconceivable. While the three of them were slightly stunned, Zi Chen took the crystal and retreated smoothly. He then regrouped with Man Shu and the others. One must always be vigilant against others. This was Zi Chen's style all along. Zi Chen, who was used to deceiving each other, would not believe in a gentleman's agreement. Moreover, Zi Chen had only just learned of Yang Ji's identity. While the few of them were moving forward, Dongqing did not stay idle. She pointed out the identities of the four forces one by one. This was information that she had deliberately collected some time ago. Back then, she had already given up hope that Zi Chen would come. She only hoped to know the enemy as well as herself. Previously, when Zi Chen sprained his ankle, he had borrowed the power of his doppelganger to come up with a scheme within a scheme. This sudden change caused the people in the outside world to be incomparably stunned. Then, there was an earth-shattering shout. This scheme within a scheme had come at a wonderful time. Yanbo Castle's 5 people had already lost one of their own. As expected of Zi Chen. What a good scheme. When the 3 leaders came to their senses, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Rays of light flashed. Zi Chen's group was immediately surrounded by others. Among them, 4 cultivators from Yanbo Castle looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of anger. They wanted nothing more than to tear Zi Chen to pieces. Yang Ji had not died at the critical moment and disappeared from this world. This meant that he had lost the opportunity to fight for a higher ranking. Now, with only 4 people left, if they encountered any of the 5 forces, they would be in danger of being completely annihilated. It could be said that Zi Chen's attack just now had completely destroyed Yanbo Castle's future. The people of Yanbo Castle, who had been unable to contain their excitement, saw Yang Ji teleport away through the light screen. The huge city immediately fell into a deathly silence. After a few breaths of time, angry curses began to ring out. The reason for everyone's curses was actually Zichen's treacherous and cunning. In the small world, Zichen had succeeded in his scheme. Li Meng's expression was very ugly. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Zichen, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the crystal. I can still give you a chance to escape unscathed. Otherwise, all of you can leave." The other two leaders' expressions were also very ugly. Zichen looked at the three leaders and said calmly, "You are indeed people who will do anything to achieve your goals. The four of you schemed against me, and you even launched a sneak attack. Although I, Zichen, am an ordinary fighter and my realm is not high, if you succeed in your scheme, then not only will I lose face, but I will also lose face for Hupping Castle. Are you going to fight to the end? 5 against 19. How confident are you?" Li Meng smiled coldly. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not even 10% confident." Li Meng smiled proudly and said, "Then you know what's good for you. What, are you going to give up?" When the proud Li Meng saw Zichen suddenly take out the token that represented giving up, a hint of mockery appeared on his face again. Zichen smiled gently and said calmly, "Indeed, I'm not even 10% confident. But as I said earlier, I really can't afford to lose face like this." Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zichen raised his hand and threw out the teleportation medallion. There was a hint of determination in his calm eyes as he said in a clear voice, "For my face, for Hu Ping City's face, even though I know there is no chance of victory, I still have to fight. I have decided to use my life to protect my dignity. Do you dare to fight to the death? Do you dare to fight to the death?" Zichen's sonorous and forceful words reverberated through Shuntian Prefecture and Hupping Castle. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled as they cheered loudly. In Hupping Castle, Lord Wu, Ling Xing, and the others were already in tears. Zichen had done this for Hupping Castle again. Clap, 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 clap. Another 4 sounds came from the light screen. It was the 2 men and 2 women behind Zichen who threw out the teleportation tokens in their hands. Their gazes were as firm as Zichen's. There was only one sentence in their firm gazes: "Do you dare to fight to the death?" The 19 people in the surroundings were all dumbfounded by this scene. It was clearly just a battle without killing anyone. How did it become a battle to the death? However, they were not fools. In such a favorable situation, who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Li Meng coldly snorted and said, "Zichen, don't waste your time. Right now, our chances of victory are greater. Why should we fight to the death with you? It's fine if you seek your own death and don't leave yourself a chance of survival. However, we reserve the right to use the teleportation tokens." Without a doubt, Li Meng's words caused a huge uproar in Shuntian Prefecture. This guy with no balls and no balls is even inferior to a woman. Which city is this guy from? He's really shameless. He even dares to fight to the death with a woman, but they don't. Not only is he despicable and shameless, but he's also a coward. While the crowd was cursing, some of the more rational people kept nodding their heads. They were very appreciative of Li Meng's actions. Hu Pingcheng's group of 5 already had no way out. They were like cornered dogs jumping over a wall. Why should they cut off their own path of retreat? Zichen smiled proudly and said, "This is our attitude. As for whether you participate or not, it doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that the reason why that guy from Yanbo Castle didn't die wasn't because he was lucky. It was because I acted appropriately and didn't take their lives. If we fight later, our lives will be up to fate. However, at the same time, we will kill because the environment doesn't allow us to hold back." Everyone's expression changed. Li Meng said disdainfully, "You dare to boast that you can kill people? The reason Yenji left was because of your sneak attack." Zichen shook his head and said, "It's useless to say more. Right now, you are Zichen's mortal enemies. You can either leave the crystal and retreat, kill us, or be killed by us. Arrogant. Die." Li Meng sneered and rushed toward Zichen. The aura of the peak of the 6th layer surged. The power of the domain world surrounded his body. A powerful pressure swept toward Zichen. Zichen's body glowed. The peak of the 4-star Thunder King physique was displayed. At the same time, The perfect domain world protected his body. His eyes were cold and murderous as he rushed toward Li Meng. In the process, Zichen didn't attack. He just rushed forward. In Li Meng's eyes, this scene was purely suicidal. Zichen's reputation in the 108 cities of Shuntian Prefecture was too great. It made Li Meng very jealous. Today, he had a chance to kill Zichen. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy. A sword appeared in his hand. The weapon spirit appeared in the sword, and the power of the longsword increased by several times. Then, the power of the peak of the sixth layer was injected into the longsword. The sound of the sword rang out. Li Meng held the sword and stabbed toward Zichen's heart. His eyes became cold. The corners of his mouth curled up. A sinister smile gradually spread. Puff! The longsword hit Zichen. A huge resistance appeared, but the longsword still slowly broke through Zichen's defense and pierced Zichen's body. However, this attack didn't hit Zichen's heart. Instead, it was 3 inches away. Zichen's defense was surprisingly strong. This surprised Li Meng. Then, Li Meng saw a shining saber light appear in front of him. This saber light was very bright but not dazzling. He could see that there were a total of 4 saber lights. The first saber light fell on him and affected his defense. The strength of the attack made his expression change. The second saber light appeared and directly broke his defense. Li Meng was shocked. Chapter 1562. Zichen was now at the peak of the 4th tier. His sword-drawing technique could split 1 slash into 36 slashes, which could also be fused into 4 slashes. Even Domineering Blade was moved when he saw this fusion of saber techniques. Zichen took Li Meng's attack without dodging. Then, he performed the sword-drawing technique. This was the strongest sword-drawing technique Zichen could perform at the moment. 4 slashes. The first slash reduced Li Meng's defense to the lowest level. The second slash broke through his defense. Just as Li Meng was in shock, the third slash appeared and swept past Li Meng's neck. Phut! Li Meng's head left his body. The 4th slash landed on Li Meng's head. The slash cut open Li Meng's head and killed his life force. Swoosh! The protection token on Li Meng's body activated. The teleportation array lit up and disappeared with Li Meng's body and the 2 halves of his head. Although the teleportation went smoothly, no one could guarantee that Li Meng would still be alive after being teleported to the other side. A peak 6th tier versus a peak 4th tier. Who would have thought that Li Meng's fate would be unknown after just 1 strike? The other 2 were also shocked by such combat strength. Zichen turned around and looked at the 2 leaders. His eyes were slightly red. He looked like he had lost his mind and become crazy. Li Meng's long sword was still in his body. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped to the ground. Zichen did not have time to pull out his sword. He immediately charged at Wu Chengde. Time was of the essence. If he did not end the battle quickly, Man Shi and the other 3 might really die. However, it was obviously better for the 4 of them to stay together. Shangguan Hong was wrapped in green light. Her body instantly rose into the air. Like a fairy scattering flowers, she waved her hand and scattered a large number of green light spots. The green light spots floated to the ground. The earth began to shake. Saplings emitting green light broke through the ground and grew at a crazy speed. In 1 breath, they were already 10 meters tall. After 2 breaths, they were more than 50 meters tall. After 3 breaths, they had become towering ancient trees. These ancient trees were emitting green light all over. Then, pairs of green eyes opened. In less than 4 breaths, the ancient trees were alive. As soon as the 4th breath arrived, the tree branches began to twist like spirit snakes and attack the other realms. In just 4 breaths of time, Shangguan Hong had actually created a team of tree spirits. In Hupping City, when Shangguan Hong's parents saw this scene, their faces were filled with pride. Dong Qing stood in the center, surrounded by tree spirits. A green light appeared on her hand. Her long and slender jade-like fingers were like little green fairies, jumping happily. As the seal landed, Dong Qing's jade-like finger tapped on the spot between her brows as she softly shouted, "Annihilation Spirit." Streaks of cyan lightning flashed from between Dong Qing's eyebrows, passed through the gaps between the ancient tree spirits, and headed for the sea of consciousness of those domains. This was an area of effect attack. As soon as the words entered the minds of the domain realm cultivators, their faces instantly turned pale and their bodies slowed down. Pu Dongqing, who did not manage to kill the enemy, suffered a backlash and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A loud shout rang out as the figures of the domain realm cultivators slowed down. Manshur, who had transformed into a giant, suddenly emitted an earthen yellow glow. This glow shot out from Manshur's body and landed on the bodies of the domain realm cultivators, trapping them like cages. Manshur took the opportunity to punch out. Boom! There was a loud tremor as a yellow cage exploded. Even the sixth-stage domain realm cultivator inside exploded. Boom! Manshur swung his fists left and right, and another fist landed. Another cage, along with the cultivator, shattered. Then, Manshur lifted his foot and stomped forward. A cultivator who had broken through the yellow cage was stomped to the ground by Manshur. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Manshur stomped on another domain realm cultivator, causing him to cough up blood. However, the domain realm cultivator was lucky enough to break through Manshur's attack range. He did not attack again. Instead, he crushed the token and was taken away by the teleportation array with a horrified expression on his face. Although the ranking of a city was important, at this moment, it was clear that one's life was more important. The three of them coordinated their attacks. They could both attack and defend, and they were very lethal. On the other side, Wu Xie was also fighting alone. He relied on his immortal body. His fighting style was the same as Zi Chen's, which was exchanging lives for lives. However, he was exchanging lives more leisurely and carefree. Boom! A powerful sixth-stage attack landed on Wu Xie's body, causing his body to explode instantly. However, before that cultivator could sneer, Wu Xie, who had recondensed his body, smashed his body apart. The cultivator obviously did not have Wu Xie's means. His exploded body was taken away by the teleportation array. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Thunder King's meteorite fist broke through Wu Chengda's powerful attack. Under Wu Chengda's shocked expression, Zi Chen arrived in front of him. This time, Zi Chen did not draw his saber. Instead, he switched to another weapon. This weapon broke Wu Chengda's defense with one strike. Zi Chen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that the people around could not help but close their eyes. Zi Chen did this deliberately to prevent others from seeing Dragon Thrust's unique ability to ignore defense. However, by a stroke of luck, Zi Chen's actions confused many people in the Shuntian prefecture. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the huge Shuntian prefecture fell on the life-and-death battle between the 5 people from Hu Pingcheng. On the huge light screen, Zi Chen's battle was all projected. The entire Shuntian prefecture was dead silent. No one spoke. Everyone was looking up at the figure that looked like the god of death. The difference between a 4th stage and a 6th stage was 2 whole realms. In the eyes of the world, this was the difference between heaven and earth. However, in front of Zi Chen, a 4th stage cultivator killed a 6th stage cultivator with one strike. Even as spectators, they could see that Li Luo, who had an arrogant expression on his face and words, was not going to survive. Zi Chen's attack was too fast. It was faster than the reaction of the teleportation token, so Li Luo's vitality was immediately extinguished. Just as Zi Chen had said, if he had not killed Luo Yunyang, what would have been waiting for him would have been a counterattack. First, Li Luo had died. A moment later, Zi Chen had rushed toward Wu Chengda and fought someone 2 realms above him. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, Wu Chengda, who was prepared and no longer careless, should have been able to inflict a certain amount of damage on Zi Chen. However, who would have thought that Wu Chengda would die even faster than Li Luo? Zi Chen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was still dazzling even through the light screen, so many people in Shuntian Prefecture could not see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. However, when the dazzling light around Zi Chen dissipated, Wu Chengda, who had collapsed with a bloody hole in his chest, had clearly lost his vitality. The teleportation token, which had been activated late, left with Wu Chengda's body. Only 2 things were left on the scene. One was Wu Chengda's qualification token, which had counting points on it, and the other was Wu Chengda's diamond-shaped crystal. These two things could not be used to leave through the teleportation array. Zichen, who still had Li Luo's sword in his chest, walked toward the last leader with a long sword dripping with blood. Zichen, who had a ferocious expression and was covered in blood, looked like a demon at this moment. This battle had happened very quickly and ended very quickly as well. The battle had ended in only 20 breaths of time. During this 20 breaths of battle, Zichen had killed 2 leaders, seriously injured one, and killed 3 6th-stage domain realms. Zichen, who had a brilliant battle record, was also seriously injured after 20 breaths of time. The other 4 people were also seriously injured. Around the 5 of them, none of the 20 people from before had been seen. On the ground, there were only 20 qualification tokens and 4 diamond-shaped crystals emitting light. When the battle ended, Shuntian Prefecture, Huping City, and the cities where the 4 forces were located were all dead silent. For example, in the cities where the 4 forces were, many cultivators' faces were filled with disbelief. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that this battle, which they could see with a single glance and had such a huge disparity in strength, had ended so quickly. However, the battle had indeed ended, and they were still the ones who had lost. This also meant that the battle for the ranking of the cities had ended. The 4 forces were the first to be expelled, so it was an ironclad fact that their ranking had dropped. This ending was hard for people to accept. The seriously injured Zichen staggered forward to collect the tokens and then turned back to pick up the teleportation tokens of the 5 people. He muttered, "It seems that I'm only suitable for life-and-death battles." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's vision turned black and he fell backward. Swoosh! A domain realm appeared and shrouded Zichen. As the domain realm was concealed, the 5 people in Huping City disappeared. There was no one left on the light screen. Yang Ji, who was sent back by Zichen, was furious and unwilling. He stayed in a mysterious space and kept cursing Zichen. He thought that Zichen was too sinister. His perfect plan had been broken, and he had suffered a great loss. "I'm waiting for you to be sent back too," Yang Ji shouted toward the sky. In less than a minute, a light appeared in this mysterious space. Yang Ji knew that someone had been sent out. He sneered, thinking that it must be one of the 5 people in Huping City. However, he was disappointed. It was not Zichen who was sent back, but a headless corpse. In the next moment, 2 halves of a head appeared. Yang Ji was shocked when he saw the other's face. It was Li Liu. He did not like Li Liu's way of doing things, but he was still an ally, so he was ready to go and check. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he appeared, a huge amount of vitality was injected into this world, which allowed him to recover quickly. However, why was there no vitality in Li Liu, who was also heavily injured? Yang Ji, who did not sense Li Liu's vitality, was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief because there was no vitality in Li Liu's body. He was dead. Dead? Who killed him? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the teleportation array in this space lit up again. Then, one corpse after another was teleported out. When he saw Wu Chengda's body and his subordinate's body, Yang Ji's face was filled with shock. He did not dare to believe that there was no trace of the people in Huping City, but he could not help but guess what had happened. The last leader appeared. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, he pointed at Yang Ji and said with a trembling voice, "Yang Ji, you've caused us so much trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader fainted. Yang Ji, on the other hand, could not take it anymore. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 1563. The first battle of the 108 cities started in Huping City. One force fought against 4 forces, and the battle ended in just 20 breaths. Huping City, which should have been defeated, won completely. The entire Shuntian Prefecture was shocked by this result. Standing on the high platform, Mo Ling, who had been watching this battle, smiled and murmured, "That's what a hot-blooded man should do." He had never praised battles that were more powerful. After all, which powerhouse didn't crawl out of a pile of corpses? This was because only a battle of life and death could stimulate a cultivator's potential to the greatest extent. The higher the realm, the greater the responsibility. In such a battle of life and death, what was the point of competing? For example, in this battle, Hu Ping City's 5 people would definitely lose if it was a pure battle. However, in a battle of life and death, the 5 of them won completely. There were too many problems to consider. Although they won completely, Zichen's group also paid a big price and hid in their own domain to heal their injuries. Some of the other forces in the small world obeyed the gentleman's agreement, while others, like the 4 forces, chose to fight after seeing the diamond-shaped crystals successfully assembled. Zichen, who was seriously injured, took a full 7 days to recover, and the other 4 gradually recovered from their injuries. Zichen's group reappeared in the small world. When the cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture and Hu Ping City saw them, they cheered loudly. Zichen took out 5 diamond-shaped crystals. After they were assembled, they slowly floated in the air and emitted a gorgeous light. A complete roadmap gradually appeared. Memorizing the route, Zichen put away the crystals, and the 5 of them went to the place indicated by the roadmap. The place they were going to was hundreds of miles away from here, and they couldn't find it without the roadmap. When they arrived at the destination, Zichen took out the assembled crystals and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Everyone in the outside world was curious about what was inside, but so far, no one had seen it because no one had forcibly opened those restrictions. Even if someone broke the restrictions and destroyed the array later, it would become empty. However, judging from the expressions of the others, it should be something not inferior to the source of power. Boom! Energy surged and the restrictions were broken, and Zichen's figure appeared. As their gazes swept past Zichen, the 4 of them saw some crystalline fragments in front of them. Those were solidified sources of power, and their value was much greater than the previous sources of power. Although the people in the outside world already had their guesses, when they saw so many fragments of the solidified source of power, they couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the scene before them, the 4 of them were very puzzled. There are no corpses, so how can there be so many solidified energy sources? Zichen said faintly, the previous array formation was connected to this place and became a transition, but Wu Xie looked at the solidified source of power, then looked at Zichen and asked, but what? Zichen said, each of these solidified sources of power contains traces of the power of thunder. Zichen said. Man Shi picked up a fragment and did not sense anything strange. He then asked, is there the power of thunder? Zichen said, the power of thunder is very weak. Only the people of the Thunder Clan can sense it. There is nothing strange about that. Perhaps there were people of the Thunder Clan among the cultivators who died earlier. Man Shi obviously did not care about the power of thunder. Instead, he looked at the solidified sources of power and said, these are good things. Quickly divide and refine them. Who knows, you might be able to make a breakthrough in your strength. Zichen nodded and said, okay, divide them immediately and refine them to make a breakthrough. In fact, Zichen's group of 5 was not weak at all. However, they had to face 4 forces in the first battle. This gave them the illusion that their cultivation level was low and their combat strength was weak. That was why Man Shi was anxious to make a breakthrough. There was a pool full of fragments of the source of power. Zichen waved his hand and divided the source of power into 5 parts. Without a doubt, he took the least. Before the others could look at him in confusion, Zichen said, I am already close to a breakthrough. It would be a waste to take more. The other 4 did not say anything. They just silently collected the fragments of power. In the outside world, when the people heard this, they exclaimed, Hu Pingcheng is a good leader. After collecting the fragments of the source of power, Zichen wielded his saber again and destroyed the formation. Because they had spent several days recovering from their injuries, and now they had to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, Zichen and the others' progress was undoubtedly slower than the others. While they were in seclusion, the other forces had already begun to explore deeper. In the outside world, a small screen of light suddenly appeared next to the Shuntian Prefecture's giant screen. On the screen, a message about points appeared. Destiny City, 10,075 points. The words appeared at the top of the list, meaning that Destiny City was currently ranked first. Only Destiny City was on the list, which made the others feel very strange. But then, Hidden Fog City's name appeared. With 11,000 points, the 5 of them squeezed out the first place of Destiny City. Destiny City was ranked second, and Hidden Fog City was temporarily ranked first. Now that there were 2 cities on the list, people couldn't help but wonder if the 5 of them had a total of more than 10,000 points to be on the list. Soon after, Darkness City, with more than 10,000 points, appeared in third place. They were still fighting, and the numbers on the screen were still jumping from 100 to the next. The number of people on the list was also changing. The 4th city to appear was Shuntian City. As expected of the number 1 city, they squeezed out the other 2 cities at the rate of almost 1,000 points to take second place. Then, with a gap of 600 points, they followed closely behind Destiny City. If the 5 from Destiny City were to give up even a little, Shuntian City would immediately catch up. Then, Goldleaf City, Blue Flame City, and some other cities with higher rankings appeared on the list. Everyone's total points reached 10,000, and they were on the list one after another. However, the top 10 spots were firmly occupied by the top 10 cities. From another perspective, it was enough to see how powerful the top 10 teams were. A number would appear next to the screen of each city on the list. It represented the city's ranking. For example, Destiny City's number was 1. Shuntian City's number was 2. As for the cities that weren't on the list, there were no numbers next to the screen. For example, Hupping City with less than 10,000 points, and the cities that had already been disqualified. As time passed, Zichen's group of 5 were still in closed-door cultivation. Apart from the 10 eliminated factions, 97 of the 98 cities had already made it on the list. Hupping City, which the other cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture had high hopes for, had less than 10,000 points. Destiny City, which had the highest number, had more than 30,000 points. Zichen was already at peak 4th level, only 1 step away from 5th level. It could be said that the fragments of the source of power had only allowed Zichen to break through ahead of time, but it had still taken Zichen a full 10 days. Zichen emerged from closed-door cultivation 10 days later, a powerful aura of 5th level surging around him. He'd used up all of his source of power and fragments for this breakthrough, as well as many fragments of his realm. This had nearly doubled the size of his realm. As his realm grew, so did the strength of Zichen's soul and physical body. From the peak of the 4th level to the early stage of the 5th level, it might seem like a small breakthrough, but Zichen's battle strength had increased tenfold. Now, if Zichen were to encounter the 4 forces again, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Zichen could exhaust them to death with his extreme speed alone, to say nothing of anything else. Zichen's extreme speed world was also very different from those on the same level. After emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zichen calmed his mind and sensed his new combat strength. At the same time, he waited for the others to emerge. He didn't advance immediately. In this area, the leading factions were advancing in a straight line. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the exotic beasts they encountered. Of course, the contribution points they earned increased as well. Along with opportunities and gains, the chances of the 2 forces meeting each other also increased. After meeting each other, some would back off out of fear, but some would not care at all. They would immediately start fighting and snatch each other's treasures. Thus, 2 more factions were expelled while Zichen was waiting. There were 96 factions left, but 97 were still ranked. Huping City still hadn't made it onto the list. As for the factions that had been disqualified, their rankings were still there, and their points weren't invalidated. However, those who'd been expelled would still have 1/10 of their points. In other words, if Destiny City, which had 30,000 points, was expelled, the faction that expelled them would gain an additional 3,000 points. That was 10 times less than when they hadn't made it onto the list. If another faction expelled Zichen and the others, then all of their points would belong to that faction. Zichen's group of 5 would belong to that faction. After waiting patiently for a few days, Manshur and the others emerged from closed-door cultivation one after another. Some of the source of power and the fragments here had allowed each of them to advance by a minor level. To be able to advance by a minor level in just half a month after entering this place was undoubtedly a great gain for them. The cultivators in Shuntian Manor were also quite envious. Without the right opportunity, they might not be able to break through a minor level even after 100 years. The 5 of them continued forward in the minor world, encountering some powerful exotic beasts along the way. The luck points gained from killing them were quite abundant. 2 days later, Hu Ping City, which had already accumulated quite a bit of luck points, finally made it onto the list. It was at 98th place, currently at the bottom. When the ranking numbers appeared in the sky above Hu Ping City, everyone was deeply worried. They didn't know if Zi Chen and the others would be able to catch up with the rankings before the minor world closed. They didn't have extravagant hopes for a high ranking, but they just wanted to maintain their original 63rd place. That way, Hu Ping City's ranking wouldn't fall. Another 3 days passed, and Zi Chen and the others made another discovery. This time, it was an even larger pool filled with crystalline fragments of power. These fragments glowed with multicolored light and were quite beautiful. However, Zi Chen still sensed the power of thunder from these fragments. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the crystallization of the source of power seemed to be due to the power of thunder. Crystallized from the source of power. It seems that we're quite lucky,